Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. Please take your seats. For those who don't speak Bulgarian, please take interpretation devices where they are over there. The first panel will be in Bulgarian and English. Really? Yes. Okay. Mr. President, may I invite you to the stage? Okay. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Mr. President Plevneliev, Your Excellencies, dear Jordan Bozhilov, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and its media program for Southeast Europe to our today's conference. But as you know, the reason for our conference is unfortunately a sad one. It's unbelievable. Less than 1,000 kilometers from here in Ukraine, here in Europe, in our neighborhood, people are dying. Millions of women and children are on the run. This war is a tragedy triggered solely by Russia and mainly by its president. In my opinion, it's important to be clear in this regard. And for our European future, there can only be one end to this war. Ukraine must win this war, and we must do everything to make this happen. Unfortunately, we have to state today all the warnings in recent years about the anti-democratic developments in Russia, all the references to the disinformation campaigns, the fake news that were produced and spread by the Russian side on purpose, just to divide and destroy our liberal democratic societies. All these warnings were important and correct. And yet many of us did not take them seriously and relied too much and too long on appeasement with the Kremlin. That was a mistake, at least from today's perspective. The title of our conference is "The War is Fought Not Only on the Battlefields, Russia's Hybrid Warfare." This is not an easy topic, but rather a very difficult one. That's why we want to discuss it today from various perspectives. I'm pleased that we were able to invite outstanding panelists and moderators from Southeast Europe, Germany, Ukraine, Estonia, France, and the EU capital, Brussels. In this context, I would like to thank our cooperation partner, the Sofia Security Forum, for the excellent cooperation. Thank you, Jordan. One topic that will certainly come up several times today is disinformation. It is a topic that we as CAS Media program are also very much involved with. The targeted dissemination of deliberate fake news is an important component of a hybrid warfare. You know that. Disinformation and fake news, it must be said so clearly, they are the digital plagues of our time. With the example of Russia, for many years now, we have seen that governments and intelligence services could play a decisive role in the spread of disinformation. The Kremlin has repeatedly tried to influence elections and political decisions with targeted campaigns. Now, based on massive propaganda and disinformation campaigns that lasted for years, Russia has triggered a bloody war in Ukraine. You may already know, as media program, we launched a guest lecturer program at the Sofia University last year on the topic of disinformation, media, and intelligence services. Our guest lecturer, Christopher Nehring, will tell you more about his insights into the activities of intelligence agencies in this field during his special talk today. It's no secret that the countries in Southeast Europe have always been a point of interest from the outside. This applies, of course, and especially to the information sector. Hybrid threats are commonplace here. Therefore, we would like to introduce our new publication to you today. The title is Authoritarians on a Media Offensive in the Midst of War: the Informational Influence of Russia, China, Turkey, Iran, and the Gulf states in Southeast Europe. I'm pleased that our two authors, Romena Filipova and Vladimir Shopov, will be sharing more about their findings in the third panel today. Ladies and gentlemen, the Russian invasion of Ukraine once again clearly shows that democracy cannot be taken for granted. It is important to keep reminding ourselves of the values that are important to us in a democratic society: human dignity, freedom, equality, rule of law, and the respect of human rights. These are the values that we at Konrad Adenauer Stiftung stand for, and that we will continue to support with our projects. As a media program, we add the freedom of the press, of course, and the independence of journalists and their work. It is important to always take these values seriously and to defend them in all democratic countries, inside and outside the European Union. I'm looking forward to our conference. I wish you an excellent and fruitful, productive day with wonderful debates. Thank you for your attention.
Уважаеми господин президент Плевнелиев, уважаеми господин Зитих.
Dear Mr. Zittich, Your Excellency, President, Chairman of the Defense Committee, members of the Council of Ministers, government representatives, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to welcome you in this room in my capacity as President of the Sofia Security Forum. Let me bid you welcome to this important discussion. Undoubtedly, the greatest risk for the national, regional, and international security is the aggression against the Ukraine. And we see the action of the Russia army, which brings so much pain to the Russian people. This war will have many consequences for the international security order. In parallel with the battlefields, Russia wages other wars that we call hybrid wars. In literature, the concept of those wars has been formulated as early as 2013 by the Chief of Staff of the Russian Armed Forces, where in a publication of his, he talks about wars of new generation. The new generation wars are ways for Russia to attain its military political goals with any means available. Bulgarian analytic material is rarely quoted in international conferences, but an article published by two Bulgarian officers of 2030 in the Military Thinking magazine describes the new generation wars. Just let me quote several aspects. They have non-military asymmetric warfare in order to create environment, political and economic, etc., using fake news, cyber attacks, etc., special operations to mislead elites, intimidation, fraud, using military insurgents, secret intervention, using nuclear war threats. Let me tell you immediately that in NATO, in the European Union, those threats have been evaluated and there are countermeasures. Unfortunately, in this country, the risks are probably a little bit neglected, or willingly or not. We have invited distinguished thinkers and speakers on the topic of current warfare. We are going to discuss how to face the challenge of new generation war. This conference was organized together with the media program of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. And I would like to thank Mr. Henrik Zittig, not only for the cooperation with our Sofia Security Forum, but also not for this conference particularly, but for the long cooperation that we had. Once again, welcome to the conference. I would like to give the floor now to President Rossen Plevneliev for his keynote. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Buzilov, Mr. President of the Defense Committee, members of Parliament, Madam Deputy Minister, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be with you today at this extremely important conference. It will take us back and we will also be able to look forward. And finally, I hope that we will be awoken, we will be much more efficient and effective together, sharing the lessons from the past and the hopes for the future that we wish to keep for our children.
In media here and also Bulgarian young people. Скъпи приятели, за мен е огромна чест да бъда с
Honor and pleasure for me to be with you, and I will be very happy if we can take some time to look back. What happened in Bulgaria, in the region, in Europe, in order to learn our lessons. Today, we are in an unheard of, unexpected war for all. We are in a war such that we haven't had in the past 80 years after the end of the most brutal and deadly World War II. We don't know when it will end. We don't know how far the dictator in Moscow will get and go. He is just like another dictator who didn't allow nations to self-identify and determine themselves. For me, it is clear that Putin is the new Hitler. He is in no way prepared and ready to give the freedom to self-identity to the Ukrainian nation. He does not accept that this proud nation can be sovereign, can have its own future, can have its own order as they decide. And in no way will they accept that a modern dictator is trying to implement and enforce his own will to have them disappear, or to be assimilated, or to be identified as someone they are not. Over the years, I have had the honor of meeting a lot of Ukrainian presidents and working together on numerous fields, and we learned from our lessons. Allow me to share some of our lessons, because today's war, thank you very much, by the way, for the topic. Indeed, today's war is led everywhere. It's fought not only on the TV screens, and it is not only in Ukraine, it's in Bulgaria, it's in Germany, it's in every European country. It affects every country in the world. This war has its aspects, and in no way is it only military. It's an energy war. It's a propaganda war. It's a hybrid war. It is a cyber war. It's an economic war. And all other aspects of what war is in 21st century. We should speak of this topic, and we should protect our nation, our homeland. We should protect the great European project for peace, human rights and freedoms, which is the European Union as the most progressive decision and solution of humanity ever, stemming from the aftermath of the worst war in the world, to actually have not only hope, but also the opportunity to actually have sustainable peace. But peace is only possible when everyone protects it. Peace is not possible when a dictator in Moscow decides to occupy the territories of a more vulnerable country that is neighboring them. Peace is not possible when thousands have been killed because of the ambition of one dictator trying to impose their point of view of the rule and order in the world. It is not possible when a member of the UN can decide to never abide by these rules of the same organization. And peace is not possible when the foundation on which we have stepped on to build peace over the world, the Helsinki Accords even, the principles of peace that were signed and initiated by the Soviet Union alongside all other countries in Europe back in 1977. And that stated that never again will borders in Europe be changed by force, that the freedom to self-identity is at the foundation of rights in Europe. The same rules and laws that we were initiated by the Soviet Union now have been completely neglected by Putin. And the situation is much more devastating. And it is not just a second episode, so to say, of the Cold War of 30 years ago. No, we are not in a new Cold War. Just the thought that we are in something that reflects an idea, a situation that we were in back in the past, that is only reassuring for us as an idea, because we think that we will be able to overcome as we have over the past, like it's in Eastern Europe. No, the fall of the Berlin Wall was the symbol of the destruction, the fall of an empire that was based on anti-humane values. No, we cannot take anything for granted. We cannot accept that we over the past have overcome it before and we will be able to do it again. No, we should fight anew and we should know what the opponent is doing. And I thank you. Today, we are awakening. Let me give you some examples. Our favorite Germany, Gazprom, for years has been buying German stockage points, and it has control over 80% of them in Germany, not in Bulgaria, in Germany, and Austria, and a few other states. Last year in the winter, knowing that there will be a new war he will be waging, he allowed for the stocks to be half full. Because why? When the war occurs, when we all awake, the prices will go sky high, skyrocketing. And now 8 months after the beginning of the war, he is actually on the plus side, because we still allowed him to manipulate the energy markets to such an extent. I remember the Austrian Minister of Foreign Affairs was dancing with him in front of media. Let's go back in time for Bulgaria. 2014. A leading star in the field of the Chalga music, he started a referendum with 6 questions, 3 of which were absolutely anti-constitutional. Nobody in parliament then stopped this anti-constitutional referendum. as a head of state. After I swore on the constitution, believing in the European and democratic development of Bulgaria, I stopped this referendum. I seized the Court of Constitution, and in 2017 I was unilaterally supported. I was supported by all. And of these 6, only 3 questions actually continued. And the questions then, I have, for example, something to mention. Why on this day of this referendum, we were the victims of the biggest cyber attack in the Balkans? What was the idea back then? Not only to make us inefficient, not only to make us threatened, but also on this day of this referendum, the Central Electoral Committee and the presidency had no websites on that day. The democratic elections, the choices, the votes that we had back then, they were all attacked. And when I asked who attacked Bulgaria back then, most politicians remained silent, unfortunately. Bulgarian services were not, unfortunately, in the position to say where the attack stemmed from. Of course, through NATO, our partners from the US, from Australia, from the UK, they all identified the Sofosifan a group that also attacked the Bundestag, one that also manipulated the US elections in 2016, the same one that was testing its achievements on our territory. And the first model, the Sofosifan specialized in cyber attacks against democratic states, has negotiated and approved its activities and actions with Bulgarian populists. That happened back in 2015. We were a trial for them. And then continuing on and on and on to wake up one day. And here's another example from my experience, from what I saw. What will happen if today Bulgaria is isolated in its integration in Schengen? Here is my response. The Russian propaganda in Bulgaria will multiply tenfold. The Russian cyber attacks in Bulgaria will become even more efficient and effective. What will the messages be? It's very clear. Bulgarians are a second category of people. They're neglected by Europe. They're left behind. What values can we speak of when Austria and the Netherlands, and due to internal political reasons, despite the fact that ever since 2011, Bulgaria has been carrying out and has been covering all the technical criteria, then leave Bulgaria? And let's just say it frankly, when Bulgaria remains alone, isolated in the periphery of the EU, the big winner will be Putin and nobody else. Putin and his populists in Bulgaria. Populists who, one way or another, not only in Bulgaria, even mention the French ones, the Italian populists. I thank all the media who have integrated their efforts at all countries and all states that have already been showing us the scale of the poison in the veins of a democratic and progressive states. This war is also carried out on the political front. So, dear friends, let's wake up. There's a lot of examples, and you will be debating today in all possible fields. Our friends here from Germany, Greece. I also understand we have colleagues from Turkey, from all these countries. Together we can give examples. And my call, my plea to politicians is, let's wake up. Let's see the whole scale of the threat and let's act. As people before us have said, we don't need words, we need actions. Let me just give you 2 more examples so that you actually know what we have, what we will see very soon. Just recently, I visited the presentation of Cyabra, a wonderful Israeli company that with the Department of State has been following months before the 24th of February, when the official aggression of the dictator started against Ukraine. What happened in social media? 14,000 times, 14,000 times increase in the 2 weeks before the beginning of the war, an increase of supporting the dictator's publications, Zelensky's fascist, Nazi regime in Ukraine, and so on and so forth. Wake up. The war is waged for the hearts and minds of every person in the world now. Let's have politicians not just state, but also actually take a lead and actually undertake appropriate measures. And the second example with which I'll wrap up, back in 2012-13, I knew that we should deepen the work of Bulgaria and Poland, bilateral relations. Furthermore, especially after the annexation of Crimea in 2014, I was very proud to be the Bulgarian head of state that went in 2014 5 times to Poland. It was more than clear for me that Bulgaria could be the weak country on the eastern flank, on the eastern side of Poland, because when Obama called it the night of the annexation of Crimea, he said to President, my friend, Article 5. I said, let's call upon the Bulgarian generals and ask in detail how the Article 5 can work, considering the fact that in just a few days in Crimea, a lot of people with Russian passports, the so-called green people with the Russian passports, initiated the referendum, giving Putin the grounds to actually initiate the annexation. It turned out that for Bulgaria, activation of Article 5 would take a month, and that was too much. So Bulgaria was one of the most active states in developing the VGTF, the forces, to react in terms of 48 hours, mentioning all the apartments and all the real estate of Russians in Bulgaria. The fact that in 2015, for example, Bulgarian services were observing how a Russian colonel came to Bulgaria and in 2 weeks opened 110 websites, 110 sites sharing information and exchanging information between one another, and the Bulgarian media regulator cannot stop that, cannot limit them, cannot see where the content is actually coming from. Let's wake up. It is not too late. Yesterday, Putin said that this war will last for long. If it is the case, that gives us the chance and the opportunity to support Ukraine with whatever we can and however possible. And I'm grateful to the Bulgarian parliament for finally deciding to support Ukraine, and including with military technology. Let's be together. Let's open our eyes. This war is the war for our children, for our democracy, and I am certain that we will succeed because we have a cause, because we are together in this path. And let's have unity take us forward, share lessons, and have the perspective that in this difficult time we decide who is who, with the hope that democracy will once again prevail. Although we are not perfect, we are the best, a thing that everyone can rely on, for young people, for old people, for everyone. I was recently in Ukraine, and young Ukrainians say, for us, freedom is a religion. Let us, dear friends, protect freedom, and let us have a cause of faith that in the end, we are on the right path to show to the worst dictator in the 21st century that we together can succeed. Slava Ukraine, Slava, and glory to peace and to the EU. And let's together write history. History is written today, but let's not allow for a dictator to write it. Let's write it together. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I think that your introductory remarks, your keynote address gave an idea of the upcoming discussions. We have so many things to discuss today, and I really hope that we will be able to also develop approaches and solutions to be implemented here in Bulgaria. I think we're lagging behind in the fight against hybrid threat. Since we have no more time, I would like to thank the President Plevneliev for being here for the introductory remarks today. With no further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Karaboev, the moderator for the following panel, and the participants for the panel. Thank you once again. Good morning, everybody. Hi, my name is Petr Karaboev. I am the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Dnevnik. I will be the moderator of the first panel that will continue about 1 hour and 15 minutes. We will have about an hour to speak with the participants, the panelists, and then the last 15 minutes we'll also take the questions from the audience. You can see that we have the microphones to the side, we have interpretation so that the discussion can be led in Bulgarian and English alike. I think that the main goal is to start with a framework, although we're living in times when I'm starting to question myself whether trying to identify frames and framework, we don't just draw in the sand, waiting for a wave to come and do away with what we have built so far in these very quickly changing times. We have here Vesela Chernova, a very famous person for Bulgaria. She is the vice president and head of Sofia office of the CFR, which is a very important network of experts, diplomats, participants from a broad spectrum of the public life. The head of Sofia office, once again, welcome. To my left, Miss Despina Afendouli. Kyria Afendouli, welcome. Good morning. Miss Afendouli has been working in public diplomacy in NATO. At the moment, she is the executive director of the Institute of International Relations in Greece. Welcome. And to the far left, Lieutenant General Ehud Bühler, German Bundeswehr. Actually, when I give him the floor, I would just like to remind you of the outstanding career of this gentleman that started back in 1976. Last night, we managed to speak a bit in 1976, and I thought to myself, dear Lord, the first 15 years of his career actually continued in the version 2 SS-20 crisis, when Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, and Mikhail Gorbachev were heads of state. He saw the unification of Germany. He was leading the KFOR. He was being advisor to 2 ministers of defense. He has been in command of the Joint Warfare Center of NATO, JWT. And he saw what we all see now at the time, tension, pressure, insecurity over all these structures that stability and security in Europe has been founded on for more than half a century. Welcome to you all once again. So let us start in this framework, try to outline a platform without forgetting 2 important things. First, this war is led in Ukraine. It is for Ukraine, but it is actually for something much bigger than the destiny of Ukraine. The crisis started, we all remember, back in the mid-December when Moscow had 2 lists of demands, And the war has actually led for these demands that require a completely new security architecture in Europe, demanded by Russia with brutal military force. And second, let's not forget that nobody knows when this war will end. And the great question is, are we ready for a long, lengthy war? When Putin announced the mobilization, I remember one of the analysts said that what he is doing and the scale he is doing makes us speak of war in 2024. So, are we ready for a lengthy war? And what will we do with Russia when one day it's over? Let us start with Vesela.
Okay, with pleasure. This is an ambitious task with the introduction, but what's the framework? What's the platform? I don't know. Do you want me to speak English or Bulgarian? Both? We have wonderful interpreters there. It's your choice entirely. Maybe.
This in English so that it flows
Yeah,
better.
I'm okay with it. Okay.
Okay, very good, excellent. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for making this event happen. And I say this not out of courtesy. Господин Boжилov, this is the single, I think, most important conference on this topic that is happening in this city. And I say this because I obviously want to recognize your efforts, but also it's a sad, in a way, a sad conclusion. We should have been doing more of those, and we should have had more of those discussions more often. And I'm very glad to see such a large audience. The topic of the war in Ukraine is the topic of the future of Europe. President Plevneliev was very eloquent in explaining why this is so. And I will try maybe to sketch a bit the strategic framework as Petju just asked me to. First of all, we have to say that although the war is bad news, obviously, so far Ukraine is winning the war, and we have to state this quite clearly. Because Russia did not achieve its strategic goals. It was supposed to take over Ukraine very quickly. You remember the war was supposed to last for a couple of days only. And frankly, Kiev was supposed to be a Russian city a long time ago, which did not happen. The end of the conflict is, however, far out. And we can tell this by the mobilization, but also by the way the war slowed down. We have a very severe fighting going on, but it's in a small perimeter. And at the end of the day, it seems that we're in for a long conflict. In terms of the West, the war was good news as well. There was a very clear, I think, unification around the Ukrainian flag, so to say, both in terms of the European Union in itself, but also the EU together with the US and with Ukraine. The financial support for Ukraine, the military support for Ukraine are clear signs of that unity. The European Union as well succeeded to produce a very ambitious number of, and the scope of them, of sanctions packages. We're now currently looking at the 9th package, and the EU has developed this instrument of it as its basically soft defense against Russia. This is, however, not a given. And this is maybe one thing we should consider. In the US, we see more and more voices that are expressing doubts about supporting Ukraine. There have been voices in the Senate. There were voices around the midterm elections as well. While we can say that in the next year, President Biden is most probably going to continue its support at the same pace, this is not a given. In the EU, I think there is more and more the feeling that we understand the trade-offs. And I'm not saying that there are more skeptics. The skeptics are the ones that we know, Hungary being the most vocal one. But for the rest of the EU, it seems that while among the member states there is a consensus, within the societies there are more and more dissenting voices. And I think with the cost of this winter and probably with the influx of migration, this consensus is going to be difficult to attain. Against this background, we have to start thinking, what is our Russia strategy? And there are already processes starting in the EU about working out a Russia strategy. At the heart of this Russia strategy, however, would be a successful Ukrainian strategy. And I think this is one of the points of consensus that the EU has reached. Supporting Ukraine is probably 90% of the Russia strategy. At the same time, Russia seems to be attacking not only Ukraine. Russia is attacking Europe itself. And we sitting here in Sofia can tell this very clearly. Russia is using energy as a weapon. Russia is intervening in our politics. Russia is intervening in our media. Russia is attacking our military, our critical infrastructure, and we can tell in Germany there have been several attempts on the railways, several big disruptions of critical infrastructure, but also there is clearly cyber attacks. We talk a lot about corruption, especially now around the Bulgaria's candidacy for Schengen. But the fact is that Russia uses corruption as well as a channel to interfere in our domestic affairs. This seems to be one road which works very well indeed. We have seen also a visit of a high-ranking Russian church official 2 days ago. This is also a channel of influence which Russia has been using, especially in the Orthodox part of Europe, but not only. Last but not least, we have the migration challenge. Migration is a tool that Russia has been using after the crisis of 2015, after it understood that Europe was vulnerable when it comes to migration. And let's not fool ourselves. Bombing the civilian infrastructure in Ukraine, of course, primarily aims at weakening and breaking the Ukrainian spirit, but it also aims at triggering new waves of migrants coming to Europe. The food crisis that was triggered by the war is also going to produce migration waves from North Africa and further down. And I guess the question that Europe has to ask itself is, how do we defend ourselves in this situation? Because a Russia strategy would basically be a Europe strategy, a strategy for creating a more resilient European Union. We talked about European security architecture at the opening of this conference. This is obviously something diplomats will have to be dealing with in the months and years to come. But I think beyond that, we have to think about European solidarity doctrine that would start with energy, and we saw this starting with energy when the gas was cut off to a growing number of member states. The EU came together and produced a plan how to cope with this. This will have to expand in all the various areas of Russian attack. Europe will have to develop a better plan for dealing with its neighbors, because its own security starts from its neighborhood. That will mean helping Moldova come through winter, helping our neighbors to the east in general stabilize, but also being more efficient on the Western Balkans. And last but not least, and I will stop here, we need a global policy on countering Russian influence. We saw in the UN General Assembly, there was a big majority for the European initiatives and the resolutions in support of Ukraine. However, there are large portions still of Africa which do not vote. They either abstain or vote against. We saw that big players like China and India are currently either helping Russia or basically sitting on the fence and benefiting from the Russian cheap energy resources. So how does Europe play its hand globally is going to be, I think, one of the big tasks for the months to come. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a kind of a plea for imagination exercises, at least be bold in thinking about the future. I'll turn to General Bühler. We as a journalists are in the business of writing stories, creating pictures, drawing pictures, imagination of the readers and our imagination. When I explained recently to younger people from my news department what actually we're going through with the war in Ukraine, I said, okay, you probably don't know in details this country, but please remove all this conflict to the West and imagine that the territory on which we have a war now in Europe is France and Germany combined together. So big is Ukraine. And imagine that eastern parts of Germany are occupied and already annexed by the aggressor. And the missiles are falling down on the French-Spain border. And millions of people are pushed as refugees towards Italy, Spain, and the United Kingdom. So just imagine this happens to the world you know from your daily life. This is the situation. How dangerous and fragile actually it is, General, please.
Well, I'm not so sure. Yes, it works. Okay.
Oh, it works, yeah.
First of all, thank you very much for your kind introduction. And I'm very pleased to be back in Sofia. I was in Sofia, I think 4 years ago, as still on active duty. And I really appreciate your effort, as you said before, your effort to set up this conference. Is a very important conference at this time. Well, a good comparison of geography here in Europe, how dangerous is it? You rightly mentioned I started my career in the Cold War. Then I experienced NATO 2.0, as they say, well, Afghanistan and Balkans and so on. And now since 2014, we had the sea change in NATO and the Zeitenwende, as we say in Germany. We didn't start in 2022 as the military side of the house, and probably also some diplomats in our country. But how dangerous is it? What have we seen? We have seen this invasion, poorly prepared, underestimate of the capabilities and especially the will of the Ukraine people and the Ukraine army, the resilience of the whole system in Ukraine, and so on and so forth. We have seen defeats of the Russian army in several places, but I caution everybody, we should not underestimate the capabilities of the Russian army in the future. Yes, I agree. On the long term, Ukraine should and will win the war. But it depends heavily on some assumptions we have to make. We have to make the assumption, as you rightly said, we have to support Ukraine in the long term, in the long run. And this is going to be a very long conflict. Even if the actual fighting stops, then we will have a long competition or whatsoever, a long conflict with Russia and the Russian system. Maybe something happens and the system collapses, then it's a different case, but there are no signs right now. So what we are seeing right now, we see the heavy fighting in the Donbas region. We see a shelling with artillery grenades with some thousands per day in the Donbas region. We see the preparation for defense on the Russian side, for a strong defense, and probably the intent behind it is that they try to gain time over the winter, prepare themselves for another offensive, not the same way as the invasion in the beginning, with all the deficiencies in logistics and what have you, and finally with the morale of the troops. So they need time to re-establish their Russian armies. But as I said, we shouldn't underestimate the resources that they can mobilize in terms of personnel, probably also in terms of material. So it's going to be a hard fight, and the conclusion must certainly be we have to continue to support and even do more. And even my country could do more. I've always supported the position that the Ukraine needs to have main battle tanks, needs to have infantry fighting vehicles, and probably we missed a chance in summertime to support them and supply them with the necessary means to be more offensive and regain their territory. What we will see in the future, I don't know. We don't have a crystal ball, all four of us. I have a good friend, Ben Hodges, and is well known in Europe as the former commander of the US Army. He's very optimistic. He says Ukraine will win until summertime and will regain the territory, even the Crimea and the whole Donbas. This is an optimistic view. And as I said, it's always based on assumptions. And this is also his position. He had some assumptions, or he made some assumptions that he come to such a prediction. I'm a bit more careful, but in the end, the result is the same, but it depends on our support.
Please, a couple of words. What Germany should do, because in this situation, even with Bundeswehr, with the financing of defense, there are a lot of critics that Zeitenwende, up till the moment, is rather words instead of deeds and money. And how Germany and Bundeswehr can help Ukraine when they can't help themselves?
Yes, well, good question. And I see it in the media in Europe. It's spread all over Europe. But I can tell you, we started the conceptual work on the new Bundeswehr for the collective defense already in 2014. And I was director for strategic planning at that time for a couple of years before I went to NATO to command the Brunssum Command. We took a deliberate decision to be very open to public what the deficiencies are. And this is actually the result now. And there are a lot of deficiencies. But on the other side, you should not underestimate the Bundeswehr either. So there are many capabilities. They are very good and even excellent. But in total, the 184 soldiers of the Bundeswehr cannot be employed in collective defense, like in other armies as well. But not all of the armies are as outspoken as we were, just to push our politics on the way to give the necessary money to supply the armed forces. But they didn't do it, and we didn't get the necessary political support for some reasons. There are always good reasons, but you know, the discussion on the 2% goal, we will reach 1.6 in the next year to come. There was a big discussion, but in the end, there was some support, but not the necessary support to be ready at the point where we would like to be ready. But there's now the promise of the German Chancellor to spend 2% in the coming years, year by year, and I take the promise as granted, and I hope it will be granted in the future.
Okay, 2027 is the first year I heard recently about 2% GDP, but let's go on with other next guest. Despina, recently I was thinking about what the times we are living in, like having Finland, a country that looked like forever neutral or actually non-aligned, military non-aligned, becoming NATO member. And when I visited NATO headquarters 2 weeks ago, and we have a debate ahead of Bucharest Foreign Minister Summit recently. There was a talking that, okay, now you will have to accommodate yourself to the talking of new members asking for more attention on the high north. NATO is going to deal with what's going on in Arctic. So please, how the situation we're living in looks from deep down south, from Athens?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I will answer after thanking our hosts, especially Jordan Bozilov, for having us here for such an interesting discussion for the whole day. And I would say that our task is becoming very difficult following the president's speech, because I mean, he said practically everything that was to be said. The inclusion of 2 new members proves that NATO is still attractive, first of all, if we can say so, at a superficial level. But at a substantive level, we could say that NATO is the only security umbrella that exists in Europe. Is about collective defense. So the fact that 2 long-time neutral countries decided to join NATO proves that NATO remains the only security guarantee for the European countries with the support of US. What I would like on this occasion to add is that I'm afraid, and forgive me, General and co-panelists, I mean, we still talk about the war in Ukraine as if it is taking place somewhere else. I mean, our host from the Konrad Adenauer stressed that this is only 1,000 kilometers away. In the public debate, this war is happening outside Europe in a way, but this war is in Europe. And this is the first time after many decades, after practically the end of the World War II, that a war of this dimension and the repercussions and consequences is happening in the heart of the European continent. And in addition, this is a war fought by conventional means. Because up to now, and the general knows this very well, we were prepared for wars with other means than conventional. We were talking about cyber, space, out of area, hybrid, and so on. But we were not focused on a conventional war to happen in the heart of our continent. And our doctrine was based to deterrence, not defense of course, collective defense, but collective defense through deterrence. So we were absolutely certain that Russia would not aggress because of our deterrence. And now Russia is an aggressor next to our frontiers, and we cannot anticipate, predict if this very thin line dividing Ukraine from NATO territory would be crossed, and at which moment would be crossed. So this development for NATO means a sea change for all our countries that are members of NATO. Is a sea change because we do have a war in Europe. We have to realize this. And this has as a consequence a total change of attitude regarding our collective defense. And this is reflected in the new strategic concept, which was adopted in July 22. So this is one assumption that we cannot just put aside. The second is how this war, how this conflict evolves and how it's going to end. If we cannot predict how it's going to end, but let's say that it will end with a Russian defeat. What does it mean? Russian defeat, Ukrainian victory. What does it mean? Is the status quo ante previsible, predictable? In my view, we are not going to the status quo ante. Anyway, Ukraine will not be the same, Russia will not be the same, and our relations with Russia cannot be the same after this war, even if Russia becomes a very peaceful country. I very much doubt that. So we will have a continuous divide and potential conflict in the heart of Europe. So this changes everything in the security environment in Europe. So we have to take this into consideration when we are talking about this war. And even if for Central Eastern Europe, things are going to be settled, let's say, for Southeastern Europe, with a very strong Russian influence, things are not going to become better. Maybe not for the members of NATO and the EU, Bulgaria, Greece, but for the Western Balkans, if the accession process is not accelerated, Russian influence, which is already dominant, will be preponderant as the investments, the energy dependence, and so on and so on. So what I would like to stress, and maybe I will stop here so we can discuss further, is that things have changed radically, are not going to change in the future. They have changed radically in Europe.
Okay, thank you, Despina. Thinking about the second part, the next part of our conference and Russian propaganda and hybrid warfare, I was thinking about the interview published in a famous Russian magazine about foreign policy, Russian global politics. Interview with Dmitry Trenin, who used to work for currently Russia, if I'm not wrong, in September. The interview was called "Let's Turn the Fear Back." Extremely passionately, I would call it, talking from Trenin's side. And in short, for our audience, the most impressive part is that, okay, we tried each and every way of trying the West to listen to us, to our arguments, that we are a special nation with a mission in the world, under the God, and nobody listened to us. So let's turn back the fear in the international politics. Let's bomb them. Let's use the bomb, not only in Ukraine, they will just skip it. Probably we shouldn't even use it in Europe because we are trying to get the attention of the Americans. Let's bomb Americans. This is the way some people in Moscow thinking about the tools of modern international relationships, let's talk a little bit more about the fear, not about the bomb, about the fear. Vesela.
That conversation between Dmitry Trenin and Fyodor Lukyanov
Okay.
was actually sad in two ways. First, these are two very bright minds.
Was it a propaganda or was it for serious?
You know, you cannot
You
tell.
never can tell.
You cannot
Yeah.
tell. But I think this was a sign for there is an expression in German which is Gleichschaltung. Gleichschaltung was this process of engaging the whole society around the Hitler doctrine. And I think this is what is happening in Russia as well. You have even, you know, the best minds of the country engaging in this doctrine with such a passion and so much, you know, desire to basically punish the West, that it is really remarkable. I mean, we have been also talking to Fyodor Lukyanov during the years, and now I can really tell you that these conversations are very, very difficult because the terminology of fear is what they decided to use, what our Russian interlocutors decided to use instead of, you know, the terminology of international relations built on mutual understanding. And the reasoning, their reasoning is that we do not think that we could be understood otherwise, because we have been trying that. If I may, there is an article by the German Chancellor from, I think, a couple of days ago in Foreign Affairs, which is which exactly discusses that point. How much fear should we take? And I think what he focuses on is exactly this ability of Europeans and of the West to do the right thing no matter what. So we have to stick to our course. And of course, the best tool would be to sow fear. Because if you sow fear, this is what helps our societies. This is what divides our societies, right? Fear is what brings people on the streets of our big cities when it comes to not only nationalism, not only anti-migration sentiment, but also, you know, high electricity bills, but also all these so-called peace demonstrations that are actually a lot about fear. And I think this is the domestic game that Putin is playing. He's playing it in our societies. And this is really, I think, the responsibility of our politicians to talk about it openly and to make also society understand that this is yet another weapon.
Despina, your comment on this?
Yes.
I think the politicians in our world should always try to calm down the people, to be cool-headed, just to proceed and to be rational, or instead of playing the Putin's game.
It's, I mean, whenever I am confronted with this discussion, I'm very perplexed. And I will tell you very frankly why, because I mean, coming also from the journalism and having to deal with the Russian disinformation and propaganda during my years in NATO, what I can say is that for Russia, information warfare is part of the military doctrine. So they develop, they have the institutional framework to apply information warfare, and this is what they are doing. Certainly, the war in Ukraine did a lot of damage to what they would like to project as image. Because, I mean, they destroyed their image practically. They destroyed whatever they would like to present to the world as an alternative model to the Western model that they consider in decline. So the war in Ukraine destroyed this, let's say, communication effort. But on the other hand, there is a weakness, fundamental weakness in our side, which is also our strength, because we live in a world, in Europe and US, of free information environment. We cannot control, and we should not control the media or the information environment. I mean, what we can do, we can educate our publics through media literacy programs. We can put more control in the democratic sense to media ownership, okay? And I don't think that in the European Union, we have gone much far on this. So European Union should take initiatives regarding the media ownership in Europe, especially in vulnerable countries. And also, I mean, we should launch, I mean, more media literacy programs so that the public understands what they read, what they receive in their inbox. But I'm afraid that this imbalance is going to stay because I said, it's a question of, from one thing, a military doctrine imposing the information warfare, and from the other side, a free society, we cannot have, and we don't wish to have the same.
Yep. General.
Yeah, actually, everything has been said by my predecessors. So, but I would stress both of them are right, and I can confirm information warfare is part of any campaign, even in the West. Even the Western armies do it. We have done it at the Balkans. We have done it in Afghanistan. And the Ukrainians do a great job in information warfare. The difference between the Russian information warfare and ours is this is propaganda for the most part. This is disinformation. And that's the reason why we have to avoid any situation where we don't tell the truth. You know, if we tell the truth, don't tell the truth once or twice, then we have lost the information war. So we have to be very concise in our information and be true.
Yes, thank you. As Despina mentioned, the media sector, of course, we have to pressure to keep and defend this part of our free world, that we can have a free media debate, information, talking. But I'm afraid, coming from the journalism, that the free world should invest a little bit more capacity in modern media, just because, or just only, not only because the Russian warfare, information warfare, is using something like a cannonade of lies, like we've never seen before. They are throwing 100 lies towards the war. 95 of them wouldn't stick. It's so stupid. But 5 of them will be there. And if we are trying to just prove that 100 lies are actually lies, they wouldn't have even capacity or time to deal with normal information. We'll be overwhelmed by this intention of Russians to occupy our conversation. Is this a lie or is it truth? And who told you, et cetera, et cetera. And then there is a neck cannonade of another 100 lies. So if we don't have a capacity in the society and media to see who is talking, what's the background, and explain it to our audience, we will be in a very weak situation. If we invest in defense, please invest in media capacity too. The last question before accepting questions from the audience. Recently, we saw in Germany a poll which shows that there is an increasing number of people who think that the war in Ukraine it started because NATO provoked Russia with its behavior. To some extent, Ukraine is to be blamed itself. And part of the explanation why is this situation is that probably we are seeing a turn back to the normal pre-war situation in which parts of our societies think that the main questions of European security and defense, the main decisions are taken not in European capitals. They're taken across the Atlantic in Washington. And let's blame Americans about it. So let's talk about it. Are we serious that the fundamental questions of our own national Bulgarian and European and transatlantic security are taken in the national capitals, in Sofia starting, and Berlin and Athens? Vesela.
I think this is the main issue when we talk about our vision, about our own membership, about our vision about the future of the EU and the future of the West in general. And there is this sense, especially I think in Central and Eastern Europe, that we have been treated as, second-grade citizens, that our countries don't have that much of a say. That sentiment has fed leaders like Orban. It has fed also the Polish leadership. We saw on the 3rd of October this year, the day of the German unification, the Polish government asking Berlin for a huge amount of money, reparations.
Trillion, okay.
Trillion is, I don't know even how it's written, but I don't know.
Okay.
And I think this conflict is intrinsic in the EU in a way that it has been probably suppressed for the past decade or so, but it's growing. And if I can enlarge the scope a little bit, what this war gave us now is basically two camps. One is also the camp of the Eastern Europeans who have been saying Russia is aggressive and Russia can attack us, and the camp of those further west who were saying we have to trade, and trade is what is going to make us a more peaceful continent, and the more interlinked we are, the more integrated with Russia, the better and the more secure. So the first camp obviously won this round. And so there is also this disparity between those who had the more critical stance towards Russia and the rest. And when you take those two trends and the fact that a lot of the national politics play into, if you talk about energy, how do we deal with the prices of energy? When you talk about security, it's a national prerogative and so on. Those policies, if not tackled right, they can play into the hands of Russia, which in turn can divide us even more. So this is why I think the unity of the EU is pretty much the single most important goal, apart from, of course, supporting Ukraine, but also helping Moldova and Georgia and so on. We have to make sure that we stay together. And in order to do that, we have to tackle our own problems as much as we can domestically. And I think this is, shifting the blame to Brussels is not good enough anymore. Shifting the blame to Brussels and taking the credit is going to open up the divide even more.
General, you and Despina, you both been in NATO. You
I
are from
agree,
this.
I agree completely. I mean, the center of gravity, as we say in the military, from Clausewitz, the center of gravity is really the cohesion of NATO and the cohesion of European Union. And in his hybrid campaign, Putin targets actually with his story and his narrative, the cohesion of NATO and the European Union. And sometimes we fall into the trap, you know, in Europe, and we discuss things they shouldn't be discussed right now, or they should be discussed in smaller circles, you know, under secret or whatsoever. But we discuss it openly, and we make proposals openly at the right time, and probably also in the right format. I'm referring to the proposal of the French president. And I open up this question here, and this is actually the target and the aim of Putin, and that we discuss things and discuss it so that he reaches his ultimate aim to target the cohesion of NATO and the European Union.
Despina.
I would come back for a second to your initial question about the provocation, because this is the cornerstone of the Russian argumentation, that we in the West provoked Russia by expanding NATO and so on and so on. But this has been, let's say, defied by archives, by Genscher's memoirs, by James Baker, and so on. So they are not going, of course, never to admit that this was never the deal at the time. And so they kept building on this with, I would say, success in Western public opinion. But there is a counter argument, I mean, that we have to, let's say, to multiply, that a NATO and EU member country is much more predictable than a non-NATO or non-EU member country. I mean, Russia having neighbors that are members of NATO and the EU should make Russia more safe, because these countries are playing by the rules. They would never attack Russia, let's say. So it's more predictable to be a member of European Union and NATO than not being a member of European Union. And this is why is my humble view that solution for Ukraine, last long solution, would be to accelerate the accession process to European Union, because there is no other guarantee than having, let's say, Ukraine safely anchored in a supranational institutions, I mean, to accommodate, let's say, the security guarantees that should come after a solution. Because, I mean, I tend to agree with Macron, despite the reactions that he provoked. But, I mean, a solution is with Russia. I mean, we must be crazy, let's say, saying that Russia would not be part of this solution, but a solution that benefits also the European construction as a whole, as I said, with inclusion of Ukraine.
May I add a military point of view? I mean, the political side is completely true, but if I look at the issue, is NATO a threat to Russia, or has it been a threat to Russia from a military point of view? It has never. And I was responsible for the NATO exercise, the big NATO exercises, as commander JWC, as you know, and as a commander in Brønshum as well. And throughout my career, I remember not a single exercise where we were offensive against Russia. Secondly, all the exercises we have done are very transparent. That means we invite observers, and on the other side, we are observed by all sensors they have. So on the military side of the Russian army, including the secret services, They exactly know what's going on in the armies. This is the military point. And I added another political point. It's I cannot be, I wouldn't believe it if a coalition of 30 democracies, NATO, and in the future 32, could be a threat to another country. It's simply not true, you know, and it's also not true, coming back to your first question, that everything is done on guidance from Washington, by the United States. It's also not true. I've experienced the sometimes controversial debates in Brussels, in NATO headquarters, behind closed doors or with open doors, you know, and you have seen it in the media as well. So it's not the case. Bottom line, it's not the case that from a political and from a military point of view, the narrative that NATO is a threat to Russia is true.
Yes, but this is connected to the problem with how the Russians or Putin understands state sovereignty in the modern days. Obviously, openly, and through the propaganda, they're constantly telling us, you are actually slaves of Americans. You are not sovereign countries. Even when you joined the European Union, you just left part of your sovereignty and shared it with other countries. How can you be sovereign and call yourself sovereign and strong country in the world? Just closing this part before accepting the questions, if you do have ones, a couple of words on the cover of the Time magazine yesterday, when they announced that Volodymyr Zelensky and the spirit of Ukrainian people are the person of the year. The collage they published impressed me, actually, because, of course, there was a Zelensky there, and there were many people celebrating the blue and yellow flags. There were sunflowers, and there was no war and destruction and dead people, which is, I think, I will make the great compliment to my colleagues from Time magazine. But this is actually the strongest way of going through this unimaginable crisis. Never forgetting about the war, because this is a huge war, actually, and people are dying in hundreds at least every day now at this moment. And yet the spirit and the people are the strongest part of it and of our free world. Now part for the questions, please. Use the mics. Do you have any questions to the panels? Yes, please, to the mic, and just introduce yourself with a one sentence. If you can't in English, you can do it in Bulgarian too. Yeah, please use the red one.
Yeah, thank you very much. Apologies for the retreat I had to take. Marty Sakharov, Security Council Secretary for the Council of Ministers. And my question goes to General Buller. Taking from your experience of being with the JSC and the JWC, my question pertains to the coming membership of NATO, of Finland and Sweden in NATO. On an operational level, what would that entail for strategic competition in the Arctic between NATO and Russia? And second of all, after the renewed invasion on the 24th of February, what would you say is the primary lesson for NATO regarding shared threat perception, threat understanding, and risk assessment, and the horizontal sharing of intelligence within NATO? Thank you very much.
It's maybe a question for a classified environment. So the political gain of is obvious. So we don't talk about, and the question was the operational. From an operational point of view, first the Baltic Sea region, not only the High North, but the Baltic Sea region. And the Baltic Sea region is not defended through the Suwalki corridor, if you know what I mean, the gap between Kaliningrad and Belarus. but it's defended by from other parts of the Baltic Sea region and out of the Baltic Sea region. So this part of Europe is defended from the North Atlantic predominantly. You need obviously some support of Sweden and Finland to do so. I mean, you need overflight rights and such kind of things. They were granted in the past. Well, not always, but even the chief of defense or sometimes a government member participated in the exercises from Sweden and from Finland to give the green light to the support to NATO. But now they are NATO countries, and it facilitates the operational defense of Europe to a great extent if you look at the Baltic Sea region. And the second, the High North, it's actually the same. So the access to the High North is facilitated not only by land, but especially by air, and the strong maritime force also from Sweden. We should not underestimate the forces in Sweden and Finland, especially the maritime forces in Sweden and the Air Force. And in Finland, they have quite a capable army based on conscription, but a real good conscription from my side. I've seen an exercise 2 or 3 years ago of a tank brigade, a tank company within a brigade, a tank company. Only one officer was a professional. All others were conscripts. There's a tank company with Leopard 2. I've commanded an armored division with tanks and a brigade with tanks. I didn't see after 9 months of training, but intensive training, I didn't see a difference between a tank company of the US Armed Forces or the German forces or others. So it's really a win for NATO, and of course a win in the political side and also military side for Finland. Intelligence sharing, this is really, we transmit this, the content of the conference, I think, to the public, I've been told. This is really a topic we should discuss in a smaller circle, and you can ask me in the break if necessary. But one point I can really tell you, the intelligence services, as a secret service in all countries, are much more open now to the public than they were in the past. I was in the German Secret Service just last Monday again for an information brief, and they are so open, and also the British colleagues, US colleagues, and also intel sharing between the countries, between the secret services, and intel sharing of situational intelligence to the Ukraine armed forces and secret services takes place. There's one exception, I think, from my assessment. They don't share target information. This is beyond what all of NATO countries and their intelligence services are doing, just not to be drawn into the conflict, not to be conflict party. And this is really the boundary, I would say.
Just to remind our audience, NATO is not arming Ukraine at all, with the little assets, not only weapons. It's done through Rammstein format, a completely different thing. Second question, anyone? Yes, the gentleman, please. No, the red one, please.
Thank you. Plamen Iliev, Crisis Management and Disaster Response Center of Excellence. I have a comment first and then question. You've been mentioning about about the French president, Mr. Macron, statement that we should start thinking about the next architecture of security in Europe, and of course, giving some guarantees to Russia. But I think it's much more important for us to think about the future of Ukraine and how we, the Western world, can guarantee security of Ukraine upon the winning of the war. And this is my question, maybe to Despina. Isn't it the time when NATO should reconsider its main principles for accession of new countries? Don't you think that it's time that NATO should start thinking about giving a fast-track accession to Ukraine immediately upon the winning of the war? Because in my opinion, this is the only way we can guarantee the security. Otherwise, even upon the defeat of Russia, it will start again and again to offense Ukraine and some others. So this is, how to say, very important question to think about. And I would like to hear your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. This is, this is a discussion that goes back to the 90s. I mean, we have to be realist when we are talking strategy and strategic choices. And for NATO to decide, it takes 30. NATO is not a one person or one country decision-making process. It's a 30 countries process. But even if the 30 countries, which I doubt, I mean, would agree, I mean, to give a very quick access to Ukraine, let's not forget, I mean, that Ukraine is not going to change geographical position. That means that, and we have to take into account when we make strategic choices, both geography and history. I tend to say that in audiences in my own country, we are not going to change neighborhood. We always will have Turkey as our neighbor. So it's better to find a way of compromise and dialogue with Turkey, because we are going to live together. So the same applies. I mean, I can, if you wish, I can answer to you in a very exclamatory way, but I am a realist, and I prefer, I mean, to reply in a realistic way. I mean, the geography is not going to change, neither the history. So, I mean, this is why I suggest guarantees of peaceful coexistence. And in the past, only European Union provided these guarantees. There are examples. Divided Germany, for example, was a member of European Union. Cyprus is divided and it's a member country of European Union. So it will be very difficult to find a good compromise for this conflict. I mean, maybe I will disappoint my Ukrainian friends, but this conflict is very complex, goes back deep in the history of the 20th century. There are many schools of thoughts regarding how we should have treated Russia. I don't abide that Russia needs a special treatment, but on the other hand, is a country there, and we cannot ignore.
I'll just, very short. Please on the mic, because the translators here, please.
Very short in this case. What is the difference of Finland and Ukraine? The geographic situation, that is the same.
Finland and Ukraine?
Yeah, we are both close to Russia.
Neighbors.
Yeah, we are both neighbors, but Finland are going to be part of NATO, and that is forbidden for Ukraine.
Yeah, but Finland is not in war, actually.
I'll give the floor to Vesela. Can you extend this question, the last one, towards the EU integration of Ukraine, which is opening debate much more broader, even to the Western Balkans?
I will. Just 2 sentences on the security assurances,
Please.
because I think this is an important issue and we will be discussing that in the months to come not only because of President Macron's proposal, but also because I think as we go forward, the Ukrainian side will want to have security assurances. And this is, it is about creating some sort of a, let's say, static stage of the war. So whether it will be after the end of the war or there will be some sort of a, cold peace, I think this is to be seen. But the fact is that the security guarantees actually came out. There was this group around the chief of cabinet of President Zelensky, Mr. Yermak. They did a sort of a commission which came up with proposals on security guarantees, and those proposals were actually quite useful, but for many they went a bit too far simply because they were starting from the experience of the Budapest Memorandum. And I think the legally binding, because what I think many Ukrainians and others think is that Budapest Memorandum didn't work because UK and US had no legally binding obligations to act if Russia would not adhere to its obligations. I just think, and this is probably for another conversation, that getting political assurances for Ukraine is going to be number one. Whether Article 5 is a sufficient assurance, whether it's a possible assurance, I think this is also a political conversation. It's not an expert conversation. But at the end of the day, we will have to have a number of steps that would prepare Ukrainians, but also the Finns, but also the Romanians and everybody else for some sort of an early warning procedure that would help us react better and react faster if this is to happen again. Whether this system would include Russia, probably at the first instance not, but at the end it will have to include some sort of a conversation with Russia. And I think this is one step that is not commented much on right now in Europe, but will have to inevitably come there. On the EU enlargement, the fast track that was given to Ukraine and Moldova and the perspective that was given to Georgia were actually very good signs that the EU can think geopolitically. The question is what comes next, because quite clearly the Commission is not going to loosen up its criteria for membership. So the negotiation will most probably be as rigorous as it has been so far. And here come all sorts of ideas, how to do intermediate steps, what can we offer in the meantime so that those countries do not feel excluded, just the opposite, so that they can participate in the single market, they can have access to European funds, they can be part of the big European discussions, be it on energy, be it on security, be it on economy, and so on. But I think the first step has been done. This is why the EU Western Balkan Summit 2 days ago was important, to give a sign to the Western Balkans that the EU is really interested, and the EU can even, do their meetings in the Western Balkans. But this will be the big test for the EU in the next year. Basically, can you really make this immediate neighborhood work in a coherent way?
Yes, thank you very much. These are the last words of this panel. Just one sentence. I was thinking from the very beginning of this conflict, are we approaching the future of the new strategic border built across Europe again, like the Berlin Wall was for decades, but further to the east? God knows on which border it might appear, concrete, barbed wire, airplanes, AWACS in the air, fighters with heated engines ready to take off at the very second. I asked actually guys in NATO, in SHAPE and in NATO, this question, and they said, no, the future will be different. Even if we approach this situation that nobody wants to recreate again, we're 21st century. The new strategic border wouldn't be physical. It will be something very different, and it will cross all the way across the countries, the societies. We have to defend ourselves in the new reality. This is the last, these are the last words of this panel. Thank you for your attention, your questions. 10 or 15 minutes? 15 minutes coffee pause. Thank you very much, Vesela, Despina, and Erhard. Thank you.
заемете своите места, за да започнем втория панел в днешната конференция. Focus more on disinformation, propaganda, and the hybrid war of Russia. I will present to you the panelists, but before that, I will introduce the panel in Bulgarian. But afterwards, the discussion will be held in English. So if anyone needs interpretation, just bear that in mind, please. The first panel did certainly make my task easier because we outlined already a major part of the problems and issues we face today. On the 24th of February, war returned on the European continent, and everyone has been observing it. Everyone has been following it through our mobile devices, through our screens. And in this sense, the war is in our hands, because we can control what we use, how we read, and who we trust. It is known that in times of war, truth dies first. And these are words that are usually stated on both sides of a war. And it's very difficult when we have this war to be oriented in the situation. In the beginning of the conference, it was also mentioned that this war is a war of minds, of conquering minds, something that neither rockets nor tanks can do, something that only spreading fears and disinformation can do, however. It is very clear that Russia is trying to bring back its influence on fields and zones where it has and has had presence, and using disinformation, misinformation, and propaganda. That is one of them, some of the methods actually that they use. This is one of the differences of the war in the 21st century than the wars that we're used to. In recent months and years also, we have been observing a much more broader presence of cyber attacks, spreading misinformation, lies, and attacking election processes in democratic societies. And we should all deal with these challenges. We journalists also encounter a huge problem in terms of spreading fake news, spreading misinformation, spreading information that we should constantly be checking every word. And our task is very important, to spread truth through professionalism and to be honest with our audiences. These are just part of the items that we will touch upon in detail in our panel. Please allow me to present the panelists, the participants. We will start from the end with Professor Nikola Galev, Director of Research at the Center of the Study of Democracy, Todor Galev, I apologize. You are well known by our audience. You focus more on the socioeconomic surveys and studies, but you also have a lot of publications on Russian propaganda, disinformation, and the Handbook of the Kremlin for our region and Europe as a whole. The next speaker is Fabien Zamora, who is a journalist with more than 20 years of experience in France Presse. Since 2017, he has been leading a team of international journalists based in Paris. but focused on economic topics, diplomacy, security, and also with a view on Eastern Europe. Professor Nikola Dujovsky, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Security at the University St. Clement of Ohrid in Skopje. His fields of knowledge are also in security, migration, European integration. He has worked at different positions in the Ministry of Interior of the Republic of North Macedonia. And joining us also Mykola Davidiuk, who is a very renowned political and analyst in Ukraine, author of the book How Putin's Propaganda Works. Hello, Mr. Davidiuk. And now we will continue our debate in English for the convenience and dynamics of the speakers.
Since the start of the beginning of the war in Ukraine, we are facing a lot of Russian disinformation and repeating of Russian narratives. So my question is, how has been these narratives changed since the beginning of the war? And maybe I will give first the floor to Mykola.
I think the Russian narrative now is not hybrid. It was hybrid in 2014 when they try to change the facts and when they try to manipulate. Now that is like old-fashioned bloody war with the extremism, with the fascism, with the like backing our to past. And I think their manipulation, their propaganda become more bold, their propaganda become more aggressive, less smart and very primitive. And I think that is main marks of Russian propaganda nowadays. In Ukraine, they don't use propaganda anymore, maybe even in like Telegram channels, but like mostly propaganda targeted on Europe and on the West. That is their main reason, because I think their propaganda in Ukraine lose everything, even church, even political parties, even opinion leaders for whom they paid 30 years, and now they lost all of them when their troops entered Ukraine. But at the same time, like they still keep in doing that in Europe and in the West. And I think that is a big, big threat.
Actually, what we noticed when we monitoring the disinformation content that have been spread by pro-Kremlin sources in Europe is that there was a divide somewhere in 2016, 2017, and before that there were only few major disinformation narratives that have been spread all over Europe, actually. After that, a Russian disinformation propaganda machine started to produce hundreds, literally hundreds of disinformation narratives every day. And this is what actually happened now. And when we analyze disinformation, we always said that they are targeted disinformation propaganda campaigns that are related to certain events, certain situations. But at the same time, there is a background disinformation that is literally flooding Bulgarian media, and not only Bulgarian, but also South European media with hundreds of different narratives that target every single person, let's say in this way, every average citizen in our countries. And here I should say something. Actually, disinformation and propaganda is only one of the tools in the hybrid toolbox, warfare toolbox of Kremlin. And it actually is used to back up and support the other tools that they're using. And in this relation, we should say that Bulgaria could be proud, because we are one of the very few European countries where Russia, most of, even not all, tools in their hybrid warfare toolbox. What I'm speaking about, for example, cyber attacks against critical Bulgarian infrastructure. You remember recently the cyber attack against the Bulgarian Post, but also President Plevneliev mentioned the cyber attacks in 2015 against the Central Election Commission, against the presidency and some other ministries. We have also the use of chemical warfare substances for poisoning Bulgarian citizens. The case of Emilian Gebrev, you know, the owner and arms dealer, the owner of arms factories here in Bulgaria. And you remember that actually in this case, the National Security Agency said that they found some links that could be assigned to Russia, not only to the poisoning of Gebrev with something similar to Novichok, but also with the explosions in his factories here in Bulgaria and in Czechia. So this is a kind of military mean that was used in Bulgaria to organize these explosions. And we have also close links and support coming from Russia to Bulgarian parties, to some Bulgarian parties. We have what we call media capture. So the media sector is quite strongly captured by Russian interests and Russian disinformation narratives. According to our research, at least one of every 3 pieces of information that Bulgarian citizens see in their everyday life is actually Russian disinformation. And to us, but not least, what we call state capture. So capturing state institutions that are acting in interests of political and economic interests of Russia and not Bulgarian public interest. I could mention only the efforts of 2 different political parties to circumvent the European regulations during the construction of South Stream pipeline back in the past, but also the construction of Turkish pipeline recently. So all these tools are part of the hybrid toolbox that Russia is using. And disinformation propaganda, which is actually large scale, massive, especially in Bulgarian media, is actually only supporting and backing up these other tools that Kremlin is using.
Yes, the narratives are changing all the time. At the very beginning of the war, we faced one type of narratives, and how it develops now, we face totally different, which are now mainly focused on the development of North Macedonia. But let me just read you a few of narratives of the very beginning of the crisis and the war. Actually, just 1 week before 24th of February, in most portals in North Macedonia, but also in Serbia and in Bosnia, in the part of Republika Srpska, one can read the most information related to Russian propaganda that they would like to share with the people of the Balkans. First, the conflict between America and Russia is taking place in Ukraine. And that was all the time talking about that America and Russia will face each other in Ukraine. America is fighting Russia to the last Ukrainian. Yes. America had an interest in the war. And then the second, NATO was a target of those false news, that NATO targeted training of 400,000 Ukrainian soldiers and armed them for a violent fight to attack the Russians. Russian language, Russian culture, Russian education, and Russian media have been banned since 2014 in Ukraine. Ukraine is a divided state in which half are Russians, half Ukrainians, with a religious division of 50-50 Orthodox and Catholics, which is untrue. Then about sanctions against Russia. This is a development of the war in mid-March. Sanctions against Russia were imposed by a smaller part of the world, only 5% of the planet, which represent the European Union, as irrelevant and unimportant player in a world scene. Then NATO is expanding to the east. Russia had now to go to protect its security. This narrative is a consequence of a poor informing of a population in the Western Balkan countries. We didn't have an adequate answer in that period, etc., etc. There are a lot of false news even today. Let me just stress what's happening nowadays in North Macedonia, because probably we are the most vulnerable country at the moment regarding hybrid attacks. Since the beginning of October and up to yesterday, we received 368 messages and calls for planted bombs, mostly in high schools in Skopje, but since last week in other cities, smaller cities in the country. And of course, since last week, it was a case even in primary schools. And unfortunately, just yesterday, for the first time, we received a message for a planted bomb in National Bank of Macedonia, which makes a lot of fear among our citizens. And it is quite understandable. The high schools were elected not only because of the pupil, of the students, but also for the parents also. Students are going by themselves, mainly using public transport to reach the school. Unlike primary schools where parents are taking their children to the school and taking them back. Then professors, teachers, and especially the age of the population between 15, 16 and 18 or 19. They are teenagers, very vulnerable to this kind of informations. They could spread panic. They could act negative. They could share the fear among them, relatives, among them, friends, etc. Fortunately, this Monday, the police prosecute one teenager, 17-year-old teenager from Skopje, for an act of terrorism. So this is not only sitting in front of desktop and writing a message, but it is an act of terrorism. And now he is facing with 8-year imprisonment. And we are still investigating the second message sent from North Macedonia. And probably it's a question of days when we will reach the guy. But most of the messages were sent from the providers registered in Russia as a direct attack to Macedonian society, to our democracy, to economic system, and to values that we share together. And they have a system, actually. We made a certain researches to analyze what's happening with false news, with disinformation, and most of professionals and academia agree that we can recognize a system of a Russian propaganda spread in the Western Balkan countries. And it looks like first they send them this information, then they elect a group of pressure, then they use diplomacy and intelligence, and at the very end, they use this energy crisis as a final goal for us from the Western Balkans countries, especially for candidate countries, and certainly for North Macedonia, is the Russian influence and obstacles that they do to our path to Euro-Atlantic integrations. First, for NATO, and now, of course, for integration into the European Union.
Mr. Zamorov, how does this look like from center of Europe, from France?
Thank you. Yes, I like to follow up on what Mikola said in the beginning, that since the beginning of the war, Russian propaganda now targets Europe, in the West. It's certainly true, but there's one thing very important I like to say, is that as President Plevneliev said earlier, the poison is already in the veins of Western society. And it's very important to understand that today in France and in many Western European countries, most part of the information in favor of Russian narratives is endogenous. I mean, Russian services have a long experience in manipulation since the Potemkin village during the empire, the active measures during the USSR. And so they've been working quite efficiently for years and years on the cracks of Western society. For example, in France with the yellow vest, after, of course, with the COVID, climate change. And now they have widened the cracks of the society. And so today we have a huge part of our populations who distrust traditional media and gets information, false information on social networks. And it's very complicated for media to fight that. So what do we do? What media do? Some of them started fact checking, which is very, very good, but there are many risks and dangers to that. The first of the risk is to fact check in a vacuum. If you don't manage to reach people, it's pointless. You can do all the fact checking you want. If you just put it on a website and nobody's got to it, it's useless. So we have to make sure the people who relay false information see the fact checks. So AFP is one of the leading media companies that have formed partnerships with the platforms. And this is a very important point, the role of the platforms. So in concrete terms, very quickly, this is how it works. The platform, they put content that is particularly viral or that has been reported to them as suspect by users into a common pot. The media members of a consortium, ICIG, on the alliance can then choose items and fact check them. Once this is done, the platform will flag the fact check to any user who is about to share the misleading content. And then the algorithm will lower or remove the virality of the misleading content. So it works quite well. It's quite efficient. But anyway, there's a second risk, which is the invisible propagation of fake news in closed loops, in closed social networks like WhatsApp or Telegram. It's of course much more difficult to see them and to fact check them. The third is the risk of scale. I mean, the increasing popularity of the new networks, the ease with which a fake news story can be spread compared to the time it takes to debunk it, make it very difficult and unequal battle. The fourth and very important is the business model. Who pays for this work of fact-checking? The media themselves are often in not very good financial situations. So that leaves the platforms. So they have paid for the media to clean up what is circulating on them. But as you all know, the economic crisis is hitting them too. And so they are private and listed companies. So they have to give earnings per share, return on investment. So it is questionable whether will they continue to pay for this very important enterprise of fact-checking in the future. And last points I would like to make on that issue is about Twitter. Since the arrival of Elon Musk at the head of the network, because Twitter is a quite important network used by many decision makers around the world. And so what will be the future of Twitter with Musk? As it says, it's important. It's a question mark.
Mr. Daviduk, you're fighting the misinformation every day and you're facing it every day. You research the Putin's propaganda. Could you explain us why is this so successful?
As a propaganda?
As misinformation spread.
That is my colleague's mention. And Fabian also said, like, Putin pays a lot for propaganda. You can't compete with, as you are like traditional media, with the propaganda sources. For instance, like Russia today is like approximately $2 billion a year. Of course, a lot of them are stolen by their editors, management, and CEO, and so on and so on. But that is like a huge of money. Of course, they use a political corruption to make that narratives, buy in the parties, finance some left radicals or right radicals, doesn't matter, but they a lot of money. Russia ready to pay money for corruption and bribes and to propaganda, but they're not ready to pay money to support medicine, education, even in their personal country. But they like have such a lot of money to spread it like in propaganda in Europe. I think like they also invest in some untraditional issues. For instance, like a polls. We talked about that yesterday, and they like in Ukraine, Putin has like 3 to 5 polls companies, which was very popular. It was one of the top leaders in the market. And he all the time measure like, is the Putin the famous guy in Ukraine? Yes, of course. If the Putin will invade Ukraine, how many people will support him? 90%. And like, Ukraine want to be a part of Europe or part of Russia? Of course, part of Russia, 90%. And they take this information on their TV, pro-Russian or Russian TV, and talking about that like 24 hours during 7 days. And some people who dopped in something, they're like, okay, that's maybe truth. Maybe yes, maybe not, but like they are talking about that. Or like they also, and that polls like working like till the end and the start of the war. And then they disappeared, just disappeared with the people, with their laptops, with their companies, with their websites, and like nobody knows where they are. But that was like a huge manipulation. The same like Telegram. They invested in like very modern apps and modern communication like Telegram. But also Fabian said like very hard to compete. But like Telegram, the media which spread out, adopt against a traditional media. They said, no, the traditional media is not working good. It's like as Trump saying all the time, that's not true. That's not fair. That's conspiracy. And you can fight against that. They have like 1 million subscribers, and the Telegram is like a Russian Twitter. And many people has an attitude as a Twitter, something alternative to the Twitter, but that is controlled and ruled more than Chinese TikTok. Because like everything, and they try to play like opposition role. Mr. Durnev, he's like very opposition guy. He lives somewhere in Europe and Dubai, nobody knows. And the server stays in the US. But then like some journalists find that the server of the Telegram stays in St. Petersburg. Oh my gosh, how you can be like a so opposition guy to Putin and has your personal server in St. Petersburg, in his native city and where KGB city. So like, I think like also like they use opinion leaders, also very powerful and very cheap. We had the pool of guys who was very pro-Russian, and they all sitting in all over TV all the night, all the days, and they were as a talking heads. They were very pro-Russian. And Ukraine like started to discuss like, hey guys, are you really so pro-Russian? They say, yes, that is democracy. That's my opinion. I think that Putin is the best guy. I think the Russia has to come, and so on and so on. And we also like play with that with very, very tolerance. And then when the war started, Ukrainian police and Secret Service comes to the homes of that people who invite Putin here and who said like that Ukraine is not country. And they find an agreement with FSB. They find the bills from Moscow for spreading fake news, for spreading propaganda, and that wasn't a democracy. They don't respect democracy. They just use the rule as our weaknesses, and they use democracy as a tool against us. So that is, they may be successful. I'm not sure, I'm finishing. I'm not sure that Putin's propaganda is successful. That we are talking about this and that we are fighting or still fighting, that means that it's not perfect. And also like the last one in the topic, I would like to say thank you to Bulgaria, to European countries, to Western countries for your support. I think the Russian propaganda didn't kill it, because like it's tried to share like everything against us, but you are support us from early days until now, and we're very thankful for everything, for your money, for your weapons, for your resources, for political support, diplomatical support, even for your homes, which you shared with our refugees. That's also happened. But that means that propaganda is not perfect. The propaganda don't win it, don't win this. And I think that we are still democracy, and we are fighting against autocracy with democratic tools. And that is also very important, because in Europe, you are usually loves to repeat, some people loves to repeat, and some populistic loves to repeat, that like democracy is weak. Strong men like Xi Jinping and Putin or Bolsonaro or many other guys, that is a true power. That's not true. Democracy is a real power, and we fighting only with the tools of democracy. And I think that is really, really good. Thank you.
Mr. Galip, your center was also attacked. Were there really successful attacks, cyber attacks?
At least until now, in Bulgaria, there are no public evidences, or at least the services, including the intelligence services and official state authorities haven't make any public statements that some of the attacks were successful, except this one, what happened with the Bulgarian Post. Well, we all of us see that it stopped working actually for almost 2 weeks. But there are no signs whether some of the other attacks have been successful or not, whether some data have been stolen or not, and so on. But I want to stress on something which was already said. So we always use the old gold rule, follow the money. So if you focus on a Russian economic presence in Europe, you see that in last decade, almost $1 trillion Russian capitals are entering Europe from very few countries in Europe. These are Cyprus, Netherlands, and Switzerland. And here in Southeastern Europe, even the scales are very smaller, are much smaller. These are actually Serbia, Bulgaria, and Romania. For example, in Bulgaria, the annual turnover of Russian controlled companies for the last year is about 3 to 4 billion euros, which for our economy is a huge amount. Part of this is going to media, part of this is going to pay for coordinated disinformation propaganda campaigns. Part of it is going for political corruption, as you said, and so on. So we need to build institutional resilience, not only in terms of political parties and so on, but also for institutional resilience in our financial sector, institutional resilience in our media sector. And I should say that in this case, the Russian strategy is successful because we still are not having even a single Bulgarian institution that is entitled to fight with hybrid threats in Bulgaria. This is why even the cyber attacks against critical Bulgarian infrastructure, again also NGOs as ours, as my organization, they are not even investigated. I can share when one of the attacks happens, not the last one, but 2 years ago, one of the attacks happened. We call all the state authorities in this country that could help somehow or should help somehow in these cases, and all of them told us exactly the same thing. Just file a report to us, but we can do anything. nothing. So there is no support for this, and many of the persons and organizations that are subject of this kind of cyber attacks, actually they deal with their own on their own with this, and they can't rely on support from Bulgarian authorities. I hope that this will change soon. I hope.
There are 8 packages of European sanctions against Russia, and the 9th is on its way. For several hours, the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, wrote actually in Twitter that in the new package will be also 4 new Russian channels because of the propaganda. How effective are these measures? Maybe Mr. Zamora.
It's hard to say. You know, as you say, the Russian economic presence is very in Europe is very deep, and the efficiency of the sanctions on the Russian society, it's very hard to tell because we lack of objective data. So it's pretty sure the sanction hurts the Russian economy, but we've seen that also many countries under sanction managed to survive for very dozens of years, like North Korea, Iran, Cuba, Venezuela. So it's a very tough call. I don't know.
Are there any commentaries in Skopje about this sanction, although the European sanction, but Skopje is on its way to?
Yeah, our official position is that we support all sanctions, and North Macedonia introduced all sanctions to Russian Federation. But unfortunately, we are still fighting with the influence very much. It doesn't help up to the moment. We still have a very difficult talks about the energy. Almost every day, there are narratives from pro-Russian portals that we have energy for heating just for 1 week, although the official resources, the government, the ministers declare that we shouldn't be afraid of that. There is enough energy. Together with our international partners, we did a good job, and I think that we won't face problem with energy or food or supplies, whatever. But we are thinking a step more. First of all, we should continue to build up the institutions, what the panelist also said. We still have a very weak security institutions that are able to face and to counter fake news and false narratives. Within the Ministry of Defense, last year, we established a department which is under the NATO policy for cyber attacks, and they start to give some results, but it is too early to say. And then the second part, maybe the best solution of this is to spread the truth timely and with the quality informations. The official institutions should act more actively to share the truth. If we recognize as a false news, nobody should say, never mind. No, it is important very much. The truth should be shared with as much as people as possible. And that is the only decision. And that's why this kind of events are also very important. Almost every night, you may watch the Russian TV and propaganda where professionals, academia, journalists are sitting in not smaller group, talking totally opposite than we are talking now. And they are sharing their side of their truth. But what President Pleneliev mentioned at the very beginning, he several times says, we must wake up. We must wake up. I would say also, not only to wake up, but we should also be very careful, because if someone fall asleep in a democracy, he will for surely wake up in a dictatorship.
We as professionals and experts, we can recognize the truth, but when the people, they're dealing with the bytes. So how can we reach the people who have their own position and they're looking for information who confirm their position? So Mr. Zamorano,
That's what exactly
Yeah.
what I wanted to say. It's good to share the truth, but how do you reach the people? I mean, you can, if you just say that's the truth and nobody goes and listen to you, you're losing this war. We really have to find a way to put the truth or real news in front of people who don't anymore trust the media. And it's very difficult.
A big challenge.
It's a huge challenge.
Nicole?
I think you heard and read in the news that Putin in Ukraine strikes in critical infrastructure. And I think somebody of Germany's politician, maybe that was Scholz, he said that like critical infrastructure in EU is the media. And that is the answer, because like, I don't think that like for this current moment, fighting against Russia, media may be only business. Like you need some grants and some support to do your mission, because like, you are fighting against like a huge dragon, which spent billions. And that's not about only like advertising, which you may earn some like $1 or $2 for a show in your banner, but Putin may pay like 10 billions to show that banner. And for him, and actually, I don't know, like, but like in some East European countries and in Ukraine before the war exists such word as a jinsa, which like shirts and like jeans, and that when somebody with a bad will paying for a news in some websites, and they're ready to pay for that millions every each day, and that was in Ukraine. The Putin crony oligarch is like the best guy ever, and you have to vote for him. And he entered the parliament, 10%, and that was a pro-Russian party. Oh, also like we were tolerant to Russian channels, which wash braining all the time. And we said, no, that is a democracy, that is working, maybe that's their opinion. But we didn't ask a main question, who paid for that? The Russia. It was Russian money. And when the war started, of course, we find the document, and but why we didn't do that before? And I think like we have to be serious, because like also Russia use a media for infotainment. That is also a new word in Ukraine, was like 5 years ago. We said like, you're sitting at home, take your favorite wine and a sofa with your lovely person, and you're watching TV where some politician fighting and sending some messages, and it looks pretty good. It is what happened in Russia every day, like million TV shows. And you're watching, it's like a TV series on Netflix or a TV series somewhere, or like cartoons. That is like very funny, but they washing your brain, washing all the time and sending propaganda messages all the time. And the people are very relaxing. That is like a politics, they and also very anti-elitarian. All the politicians are bad, like we have to find some alternative way, and maybe as populists give us that way. And I think like infotainment is like very dangerous, because that is not about the journalism, because they broke all the rules. One small example, in Ukraine, we had like info channel is like BBC, but with very small percentage who reach people, like 5–10%. Not the huge one, but that was like extremely pro-Russian, very crony to Putin's oligarch. And they said like, they sent a very anti-human messages against humanity. It's like, we have to kill Ukrainians. They are not a human. It's like, what? And they started, some MPs moved to court, and that was like a big deal. And they said that the guy who said that, he's not a TV host, you know? He was invited as a guest. But the people said, no, every day presenting in news, every single day presenting news at prime time at 9 p.m. They said, no, according to our documents, he is an invited guest. He is not a host. He is not work here. He don't receive money. Everybody knows he receives like $10,000 every month. But they said like, no, we have a paper that is official. So they broke the rules, and that infotainment is so dangerous because like you receive it, and then mostly people receive it in a very relaxing way. And that what was mentioned before, that the truth is very hard to send because like that's not interesting. But the last one. But I remember the first day of the war. No Russian channels, no Telegram channels. The people read only old-fashioned truth on old media, as Associated Press, as BBC. We have like Ukrainian analog, as it's Ukrainska Pravda and others, but was only official because the people understand the main message. What they wrote depend my life. And they don't need like some propaganda. They don't need Russian VK, Odnoklassniki, or Telegram, which spread out. Keep calm, everything is okay. But people like enter the outside and see the missiles in their yards. So like that was the moment. But we have to remember this moment because like the media has like directly impact on our life.
There's something. You ask about the effect of sanctions and possibly the new sanctions that will come now, the 9th packet. Actually, we see that the joint coordinated response to Russian aggression, including in the media, is very slow and very ineffective. Right now, for example, in France, there is a debate whether we should stop the one private communication company from broadcasting through the satellite TV, the Russian channels. And this is almost half a year after the beginning of war. So what we are talking about in this case, I remember in the first week of after the aggression against Ukraine, actually the interactions with the Facebook page of Russian embassy here in Bulgaria increased by 200%. So it means that Bulgarian people started to share, to like, and so on, to give kudos to a post of Russian embassy. And you can imagine what kind of content was in this post at that time. This was the first week when the embassy published the official Kremlin messages that in 3 days we will invade Kiev, we will turn down the Nazi government, and so on and so on. And I can't believe that this is not coordinated effort, this is not paid effort, because this huge increase in the interactions of Bulgarian users of Facebook with this post happened at the very first moment, in the first 24 hours, and it stays in the same way, reaching 200% more than usual in the next 7 days. So against this, we have a very slow institutional response from Europe. Still, in Bulgaria, you can watch most of the Russian TV channels. They are broadcasted by most of the cable providers, TV cable providers. And this is the same in the other countries in the region. There are some effects from the sanctions. We know that some of the, for example, some of the Bulgarian Russian-controlled media in Bulgarian language that publish in Bulgarian language, like Newsfront, was the sharing of their news was limited by Facebook, for example. So it's not possible to share articles from Newsfront now in Facebook. But immediately after this enter into force, this rule enter into force, the same articles published in the Newsfront, in the Bulgarian section of the Newsfront, started to appear in several other indigenous Bulgarian media like Bradva, BG, Onovini EU, and Pogled Info, and so on and so on. So the effect was equal to zero. And I'll finish with this. The problem is not only the massive and large-scale disinformation, but also, and the other panelists mentioned this, it is amplified and supported by local actors. And I should say that in Bulgarian case, in many cases, these are even top-level government officials, ministries, even the president, I would say in some cases, and some other very well-known opinion makers. So without this support, it couldn't happen. I just want to mention one example because you remember me. When Gazprom stopped the transfer of gas to Bulgaria, violating the rule of the contract, actually the very first message, official message from Gazprom, was repeated as something which is totally true by then the Minister of Energy of Bulgaria, and then repeated by other political leaders in the parliament. Without any comments whether this is true or not, but they just said, now we are going to freeze. The Gazprom is the only source of gas possible for Bulgaria, and so on and so on. So this is how the local actors actually amplify and support the disinformation and propaganda, and this is the most dangerous thing, actually.
Mm-hmm. What is the solution? Because we have this in all the countries, in all European countries also.
The solution of the whole problem comes as Despina, I think said in the first panel, education. I mean, we really have to educate our youth to how to get correct information, and we have to start very early with very young ages, and that's the key to help our population to be resilient and to make disinformation ineffective. But it's a very, very difficult task.
Just 2 days ago, the European leaders and the Balkan leaders met together in Tirana to discuss the future of the Western Balkans, but also the situation, the war in Ukraine, and how to react together and straighten to the Russian disinformation and propaganda. Why are we on the Balkans so divided in this topic? And do you think that all this hybrid warfare will impact on the future dreams of the Western Balkans?
Actually, the Russian propaganda did it very much. They managed to divide our societies. And it is 50-50 almost in every country. In Bulgaria, it is just exactly 50-50. The one who support Putin in Serbia are even in favor. In North Macedonia, also among Macedonians, 50-50. Albanians, they support Western countries more. But what is very strange, among professors, let's say, in my profession, all of us are cooperating with European Union. We're working under the umbrella of European Horizon programs. We work under the umbrella of NATO Science for Peace and program and security program. All our mobilities are towards European Union, not towards Russia. I only know a few colleagues of mine that visited Moscow in the last decade, let's say. But all of us are most of the time in Brussels, in Wien, in Paris, etc., etc., etc. And still, the propaganda is very much influenced to them. Some of the intellectuals, high top intellectuals in North Macedonia, and also in Serbia, in all countries in the Western Balkans, considered this European integration path as not very successful. And they focus on Russia and the values that Russia shares in the world as an alternative. Never lose in mind China, Turkey also. They are also very influenced in the Balkans. So the best solution probably would be integration or sharing the common values with the candidate countries, support them to their path to the European Union. And that is probably the best solution if we would like to finish this open circle of integrations and the possible fear that would come in a few years regarding migration, regarding terrorism, violent extremism, cyber attacks, etc., etc. And that's why it is very important to continue with the talks. Tirana summit was one really good example. They even reached to have President Vučić with them and to talk about very important things on solving Kosovo issue and the Bosnia also, because Albania and North Macedonia at the moment are, I would say, we have only positive values. We still should fight against corruption, etc., etc., etc. But our main questions are already solved.
But there is always difference what the politicians said and what the people are thinking. So.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned all of us are connected to the European Union. We don't have any trade with Russia, let's say. Our main external trade partner is Germany, and then 11 EU member countries, then Serbia. And Russia is not even in top 30, but we still consider Russia as, let's say, an alternative of European values. We are more than 2 decades. For 17 years, we are a candidate country without opening the negotiation. And I do have understanding for our people. 17 years is a very long period. It's a generation of, let's say, the heads of Macedonian army. We declared that we would like to become a NATO member state in 1993. And we reached that in 2 years ago. 30 years is a very long period. We are all the time in some kind of reform of the basic values of our society. And somehow we consider that reforming ourselves, we don't know the form anymore.
Mr. Zemur, do you think the EU knows the importance of the region? Because Balkan region is often pointed like a crossroad of different interests, and even historically also called a power cake of Europe. So does the Europe really realize the importance of the region, and is it attractive to write about the media, I mean the Western media, to pay attention on the situation here?
I think, yes, European leaders understand the importance of Western Balkans, and even more since the beginning of the war. I mean, I was listening at Josep Borrell in Paris on Monday evening, and he was saying, well, yes, the war has made very clear that Ukraine and the Western Balkans have to be part of the European Union. But so the leaders, yes, the people, it's hard to say. It's always difficult to talk about the Balkans in the media in Europe. Not sure there is a huge interest of the population, but it's for general, international news in the French media, at least, and Western media generally. The part of the international news tends to reduce in the media offer, sadly. But yeah, the leader, yes, of course. But the question is when and how, as he was saying. It's been so long, and yeah.
Just to add, Putin started this war to stop Ukrainian path to EU and NATO, and that was his reason. And I think like we have to create a symmetric decision against him. If he wants to stop, we have to give, because like that will be a lesson to him, that if you started a war everything will be the same, but in another way. And that can be the best lesson to him. He's very irrational person. He is not counting money. He's just dreaming about the Soviet Union, Russian Empire, and so on, so on. But we have to show him that the war is not working now in 21st century. And if you started it trying to back us to the past, we gives you our future, which we design, but not which you want. And that is an answer about the politician who talks like, we have to save Putin's face. But why Putin don't think about his face when he strikes Ukrainian kindergarten? That's not about keeping his face. He's not thinking about that, but European politics want to keep his face. So I think like that is the answer to Putin. And also like about propaganda, I think I totally agree about education. We have to invest in people. The smart people, like the good education is the answer, but not only. We have to investigate everything. When Russia tried to interrupt in your political life, when they tried to buy your media, we have to show that political corruption. But we just can't sit and wait for their troops, because when they come with their troops comes murders, rapes, killings, occupation, and so on, so on, so on. And that is like extremely expensive. So like, I think that we have to be active. We can't sit, because like Russia is very active. You can see all this all the time, but they are really, really extremely active in all over the world.
My last questions, and then I'll give the floor to the audience. So in the first panel, it was said that this war maybe will last more long. So what shall we be prepared for, especially when we're talking about hybrid warfare?
Maybe most of the same, let's say. So until now, actually, Kremlin used the whole, I would say, playbook of what they called active measures against European countries. And maybe there will be more more of the same will come in future, but in larger scale. And I should say that Europe as a whole, and Southeastern Europe as part of it, is not prepared for this, actually. What we see, and I agree, the education is one of the solutions, but it's a long-term and very slow solution. We need something right now. We need something urgent and to be proactive. Fact-checking, for example, I believe this is very important thing, but it's a defensive measure, actually. You wait something to be published, then you fact check, then you go to you give this to the platforms and they mark this news, but it already happened. It already have been published. It already have been shared by thousands of users. So we need coordinated, urgent measures that are proactive. For example, these sanctions against the Russian media. Why we wait for 10 months after the beginning of war before to make effective sanctions? And personally, I think this is because Europe is divided, actually. There are still very powerful political and economic lobbies in all the European countries that actually are working in favor of Russian policy. It's not only in Bulgaria, it's the same in Germany, in France, and so on. So this inability of European institutions to work in a coordinated way, but in a coordinated, fast way, let's say, is something that will cost us a lot. Because on the other side, we have Kremlin, where actually one person is in command. And Mr. Putin can, like this, mobilize huge economic, political, and media resources. And in response, Europe needs 10 months of discussions, negotiations, and so on and so on. So that's the main problem.
we are not prepared for everything, but I think we are ready for that. The war become a challenge of our time, and I think Ukrainian people not ready to betray, but ready to win. And I think like many people thinking that we have not only to win, but become better than we was before that war. And I think that hope give us a power, that hope give us an energy to survive and to win.
Well, to tackle, as Todor Galef said, to tackle the disinformation, the fake news is a huge task. Fact checking is important but defensive. You're talking about to be more offensive. I don't see exactly how we could be. Maybe sanctioning against the Russian media, but even that, I'm not sure it would be efficient, taking into account that main actors of the Russian propaganda are now endogenous. So I don't exactly know, but for sure it's going to be a long work.
Yeah, we should all be prepared. Putin declared yesterday that this would be a long-lasting war. But as soon as we understood that all of us are in danger, we will find a solution. All of us are now in danger, not only Ukrainian people. Last week I went to Belgrade. Someone stated very well, if you want to see a Russian propaganda and Russian influence on the battlefield, then go to Ukraine. And if you want to see a Russian propaganda on internet, then come to Serbia, to North Macedonia, to Bulgaria even. So if we agree that all of us should be very much aware of what are the danger that Putin brings with himself.
Thank you. Now, the audience has the floor. So if you have any questions, yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Klaus Sattler. I'm an intern at the Crisis Management and Disaster Relief Center of Excellence. So we heard a lot about Russian advantages with regard to disinformation, the unified command over the media, which we luckily don't have, the large amount of funding, the lack of regulations, and so on. I'd like to hear what the panelists think, whether there's also an inherent strategic advantage of our open democratic societies with regard to information or narrative warfare. Do we also have an advantage in some regards, and if yes, in which ones? Thank you.
I didn't understand, sorry. Could you repeat?
Can you repeat the last question?
The last part of it?
The last part.
The last part was, do we have, as an open democratic society, some inherent advantage with regard to narrative or information warfare? And if yes, which one?
Tough question. What's the advantage of a democracy? Well, democracy allows the creativity of the whole society. So it's that way the initiative of individual gives democracy much more possibility to find a solution and contrary to autocracy, of course. So basically that's a strength, but a part of that, I don't know. Do you have
freedom is the main point.
Yeah, that's freedom, but freedom of creation. But
I think it's agreed. It's really tough to answer, but like I think I mentioned that like comparing democracy and autocracy, like some people likely thinking that like autocracy may be better, but like that's not true. Ukraine in this war was like very high-tech network society, because like you don't have a vertical, because Russia invested their vertical from empires and Soviet Union. They have like very strong generals, like strong oligarchs, a strong man Putin, and like everything is strong. They are strong, a lot of money, a lot of oil, a lot of gas, and which was just a country who never expected that war. If you ask Ukrainians like before 2014, do you expect the war? Of course not. Maybe somewhere in laptop games or like, I don't know, in the phones. But the people started to do, and the freedom, that is also an answer, because like when the war started, you have one single moment to think, how can I be useful to this country and to these people? And some people said, I'm ready to take a gun and to go fight. Some people said, okay, I'm an IT guy and I be like attack, like work for cyber attack. Some people, like I know one guy, he's like a massage guy. Yeah? He said like, I will go to the hospital and support the soldiers who were injured. One girl, she said like, I'm cutting hair. So she also come to hospital and make them a good haircut. Other people say like, I may be like a pensioner. I give her money, I give her food, I give everything. And that network started to work. And the Putin's vertical was very strong. Second army in the world, if you remember that, before the war. And that was 200,000 people who invaded Ukraine when everybody sleep. That was 5 o'clock in the morning. Usually people sleeping. And they entered, but they met an army of 40 million people where everybody started to fight. Everybody, how he knows, because like nobody born in as a soldiers, yes? But we started to fight. And some people moved the children and the women to the border and back to their homes and fight. Some people started to fight from early moments. So I think the democracy and freedom and that is a big advantage because you don't wait some commands that you have to do this or that. You say, I'm free to do what I want. And some people do the bombs and some people donate money. Some people, we have volunteers who reach like 100 millions of euros and dollars, which they find among the people and bought tanks, drones, missiles and everything. But that was the guy, he was a comedian before. He was just a comedian. So that is the answer to your question. So I think I have a joke like comparing like some Ukrainians regret before, like every country has their animal who reflect them. It's like Russia is a bear, China is a panda and dragon, and I don't know, USA is an eagle, a lion is a UK, and who we are. So this war gave us the answer, and that's also answer to your question. We were a bees. We were a network of people who know what to do, and we know that we have to defend our house. Thank you.
Ivo Injev, blogger. I've written several books on the subject of hybrid war, and a reasonable part of my almost 9,000 articles in my personal blog are devoted to Russia's lies during the history. And that's why I'm not a favorite guest in the Bulgarian TV shows for so many years. After being, I should mention it because it matters. I used to be elected as a vice president of the Association of European Journalists, for example. I used to be director general of Bulgarian News Agency, editor-in-chief of several newspapers, etc., etc. And all of this doesn't matter simply because I was considered to be too much anti-Putin during the last, let's say, 15 years. All of a sudden I disappeared, and then all of a sudden I appeared again on the Bulgarian TV shows on the morning of the 24th of February, when two biggest TV channels rediscovered that I exist, and they were competing to invite me. But this was only in the beginning. With the time to come, and I'm telling this story simply because this is symptomatic. With the time to come, I slowly and again came back to my status of Mr. Nobody for the Bulgarian media, because slowly but steadily, pro-Russian speakers in the Bulgarian TVs came back again, because the mantra that the other point of view is important prevailed in the end of the day. Means, and I'm always asking a question, are you going to give a floor to the pedophile and to show what the pedophile is doing to the children, simply because he's having a right of of his opinion? No. But strange enough, for the people who are promoting Putin in Bulgaria, they're given the floor like equals. And this only speaks for the fact how strong is Russian propaganda and how deeply it's penetrating in one European country, although Bulgaria is a specific one. But nevertheless, this is quite typical how it works. And I totally agree with Mykola that with Putin's propaganda and with Putin's politics, you should act adequately. Means that if Putin decides that he can bomb kindergarten, he can kill civilians, he can destroy a whole country, denying the right, like Hitler, of a nation to exist even, then he will be given Ukraine immediately, as soon as possible, inside NATO, regardless of the fact that this is against the tradition, against the chart of NATO, Rome, Treaty from Rome, etc., etc. Because he broke everything in the international relationship, he broke basic rules of the humanity. Why should be given an opportunity to? Why should be given a chance to blackmail the international order and the whole world simply because he's having nuclear weapons? And this was his last possible tool in the war he's waging against the humanity. So I'm just putting this as a question because I hope it's going to be supported, a point of view like this. And final point about the Bulgarian specific. This is not only about Bulgarian, but this is the tradition. Russian Emperor Alexander III, known to be extremely anti-Bulgarian also in the history, he once instructed his foreign minister Girs, in Bulgaria, you should act with money. This is in the end of the 19th century. It still works in Bulgaria today. And Bulgarian security services should concentrate themselves not so much of guarding the military secrets, which is obvious, but in disclosing the secret ways the Russians are buying person after person, politician after politician, media after media, party after party, and to disclose this to the society. And the information about this should be given a floor. This is what I mean.
Do you have any comments?
I just want to comment something. I totally agree with Mr. Indrev, what he said. And I want to refer to what he said, what could be the proactive measures. Look at, as an example, in Bulgaria, how many of the Bulgarian national-wide TV have their 3 or 5 minutes every day in the central news for the war in Ukraine? None of them, none of them. Sometimes they report for something and so on. If you look at BBC, if you look at Reuters, if you look at CNN and so on, they have every day in the central news, they have these 3 or 5 minutes on the war on Ukraine. Actually disseminating what is the actual situation. So, and this is what I said, that we need institutional response and coordinated institutional response. If Bulgarian media don't want to do it by themselves, then there should be some instruments, for example, using the European money, budgets and the funds for Bulgaria to push them to do it. And this will give kind of response to what is actually disseminating from Russian side in all the media. Now, if the people who are like-minded like us, who do not trust Russian media, do not trust Russian propaganda and disinformation, they need to search intentionally to search for information which is not offered, let's say, by main media in Bulgaria. So there's a disproportion between what is offered from one side and what is offered from the other side. And it's not so difficult at the end. Why Bulgarian National TV have, I counted the last week in the central news of the Bulgarian TV, there were only 5 news pieces for the whole week for Ukraine. And at the same time, some news pieces that I would assess as proliferating pro-Russian or pro-Kremlin ideas were 3 times more.
Okay, I have so last questions and we have to close the panel, so please.
I don't wish to impede, let's say, the program because we are going to break now, but just a very brief comment, because now we are in a crisis, and so the crisis, of course, magnifies the impact of the Russian, as I said, information warfare. But information warfare didn't start this year. I mean, already in 2008, with the invasion to Georgia, we had these kind of signals. And I would be very self-critical here. I mean, having served 20 years in NATO and also having interaction with the EU, what EU institutions or NATO strategic communications did up to now. I mean, something went wrong with our reaction there because, I mean, we are the strongest part, okay, European Union and NATO. Russians normally are weaker, if I understand correctly. This is a cheap war, of course, that they have launched. The information war is a cheap war, and this is why they launched it. But we need to find, let's say, a solution to all this. I mean, it's a shame not to have a proper response to this information warfare.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all the panelists. And also thank you to the Sofia Security Forum and to Konrad Adenauer Foundation for possibility to talk about these topics. Maybe something what we all know, that democracy and freedom is also our responsibility. So we have not to be lazy. Thank you. Now it's a lunchtime.
очередное сопротивление.
Jedno. Jedno.
One. Dear colleagues, please take your seat. And may I invite you to come closer? Don't take the seats at the rear. Hey, welcome, welcome again. We continue our conference. Unfortunately, with a bit like behind the schedule, so we'll try, to speed up our work. It doesn't mean at the expense of the quality. You simply speak faster, but they are interpreters, so not that fast. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a special discussion with Christopher Nering to my left. Christopher is a ghost lecturer by the courtesy of Media Program Southeast Europe of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung at the Faculty of Journalism and Mass Communication at Sofia University. And he is lecturing on the topics of disinformation and the relations between secret services and media. Christopher teaches history of intelligence at Potsdam University. He is a PhD from Heidelberg University with a thesis on the cooperation between Bulgarian and East German state security. So he's knowledgeable on also on our Bulgarian internal issues. And also he is a freelance journalist for Deutsche Welle, Der Spiegel, and other German media, and an author of Intelligence Services, Bulgaria, Russia, and Disinformation. So welcome, Christopher. We had an interesting discussion today on the war in Ukraine. What are the consequences? What is the role of disinformation, Russian disinformation in our society? But let me first of all ask you about your take on the war per se. Why it started? How it started? How it is possible? And of course, we all know that Putin actually he started in the secret services. Do you think that Putin's personality as a part of the secret services had an influence on the decision, and what was the role of Russian FSB and other GRU and other services in this war?
Well, thanks first of all for having me, and congratulations for you not to go to bed after lunch. So this is a double wake-up call. First of all, wake-up call for participation in the conference after lunch, and a wake-up call to, well, have at least some focus on intelligence issues when looking at the war in Ukraine. Now, I think to that question, there are 2 points, many points I could point out, but there are 2 I will focus on. First of all, what we can say about the Russian president as such and his mindset. I think this is important, where his KGB socialization, and particularly his stay in East Germany during the fall of the Berlin Wall and the breakdown of communism. This is something that has, let's say, has had strong influence on his mindset, on the way he perceives geopolitics, the way he perceives democracy, this trauma he has, but how an entire system and a state can implode. Of course, and this is the second answer to your question, I think, was the role of Russian intelligence before the war. This, all the information, and this is something Putin learned from his KGB past, the information they gather, and they are excellent at information gathering, but they're terrible at information analysis. So what we know so far from public knowledge is that the information the Russian intelligence community was passing on to the decision makers in the Kremlin before the war was only the information that would support what Putin and his Security Council, for example, already thought, or the supporting the policy that they were already pursuing. And so this issue of politicization of intelligence, of the entire intelligence community, is also something you can draw a parallel back into the 1980s. For example, there's one particular operation that lasted during the entire 1980s until the beginning of the 1990s. It was called Frean in Russian. I think you know that. Внезапное ракетное нападение. It was that the Kremlin was afraid that NATO would launch a first strike with nuclear missiles. Of course, there was no such plans, but the Russian leadership, the Soviet leadership back then, was convinced of that. So they tasked not only their intelligence community, but all the intelligence communities in the Eastern Bloc to look for signs. They set up markers. They pressed up all the intelligence they gathered into that this existing theory that the West would strike first. Of course, there were no indicators for that, but still they continued to press everything, every analysis into that pattern. And I think this is something comparable to what happened before the war, because afterwards there were some reports leaking, especially from the FSB, that showed discontent of FSB analysis, saying that it was completely preposterous what the Russian leadership pursued during the beginning of the war, that there was no intelligence supporting that claim that the Ukrainian population would support or welcome the Russian army. But nevertheless, this was what was supposedly reported to the political leadership. So this is something I think where his past and his socialization within the totalitarian intelligence community of the Soviet Union played a significant role. The way he politicized the entire intelligence community in Russia, and where even if they gather good information and they could draw up good analysis, but they don't. They created a system where the intelligence community basically reports whatever the political leadership.
So they actually misled the decision makers because decision makers wanted to be misled.
You could put it like that. You know, in the CIA during, I think, the 1970s, there was a CIA directive who said intelligence is speaking truth to power. And this is the complete opposite. It's speaking to power what they want to hear. We had something similar before the war in Iraq going on within the CIA and the White House. But this is large scale, and it seems to be a systematic problem and phenomenon in the Russian intelligence community.
So you're speaking about politicization. Do you make a difference between politicization and the civil control over these services, how they function, what is the legal basis, or what is the system of controlling them?
Yes, I would make a difference in that, even though the issues are interconnected. I mean, in a politicized intelligence agency is an agency where whatever government is in power puts people in charge of the agency, and also in charge of the different departments that would do whatever serves their political purposes, not the national security of the country. That's a difference, and this is also something we always have to keep in mind if we speak about Russian intelligence or the former socialist intelligence community. These were intelligence services that did not serve the national security, but served one party and a particular regime. And this is what we can observe nowadays again in Russia. Now, if we talk about democratic control over intelligence services, it's an issue basically in every European society, and of course in most Western countries. There are some mechanisms within democratic control over intelligence services that can prevent politicization from happening, but it's not the same. I mean, even in democracies, you know, high-ranking officials that are being appointed, there's always a political, let's say, at least political leaning more towards one party than another. But to ensure that that intelligence services actually serve national security and not one party or one particular policy line, can also be achieved by, for example, parliamentarian oversight, when effective parliamentarian oversight.
Yeah, it's a key issue. I mean, when I work at the Ministry of Defense, I relied very much on the information and analysis coming from the services, because it is part of the decision-making process. And unless you have guarantees that it is a transparent process, it is non-politicized, I mean, you can reach a decision which can prove wrong after that. But because we started talking about transparency, what do you think about intelligence or secret services in general and media? How transparent they have to be, or they can be?
Well, this is a fine line, and it's been redefined every couple of years. And I think this is why the war in Ukraine is such a good example for that. It's one of my more provocative theses, but I would, ever since let's say November last year, start to speak about public intelligence and no longer secret intelligence. And there are several factors that contributed to that. But ever since the White House officially made the plans of the Russian invasion public, we've seen the declassification and the publication of formerly secret intelligence information almost on a daily basis. You've seen the US president, and not only the US president, but several others, commenting every day on intelligence issues. You know, the standard answer, the standard phrase developed in the 1970s is, we can neither confirm nor deny, the so-called Clomar response. The CIA came up with that in 1974, which was just no government comments on intelligence issues. And we see this is 50 years from now. You can see how that changed. Intelligence services are so very public in that war. It's not that we know that it's very transparent, because we don't know how they reach the information we can read every day. But the British intelligence has an intelligence update on Twitter every day. If you look on Instagram for the Ukrainian SBU, it's fascinating, the material they put out there almost on a daily basis. Again, we cannot check whether this is original is it really a Russian spy they're arresting in this video? We cannot check up on that. But you have it every day. Only a couple, when was it, beginning of October, when the Russian president and the FSB tried to drag Bulgaria into the attack on the bridge on Crimea. What was it? It was press statements, press releases by the FSB. Terrible quality, and no proof whatsoever. But all these, the political talks, the investigations that were launched, the press reports, they all were triggered by a press release from of the FSB. That's something that would have been unthinkable 10, 20 years ago, or during the Cold War. There were no press releases by the intelligence community. So if you look at it in the long run, this is something, it has started before the war, but this is intelligence-wise one of the major developments in that war. Also, that intelligence agencies either way are using more and more open source information, so-called OSINT, and they get better by that. And especially the Ukrainian intelligence, and this is something. During that war, there was a comment by White House officials saying, this war has shown, let OSINT do what OSINT can do best. And this is about 80 to 90% of the information. And only for the rest of it, we need secret intelligence. For the media and for us as a public, that's no less, let's say, challenging, let's say, because we still cannot check that information. But we get a lot more than we used to get, a lot more information. Yeah.
Perfect. And I'll turn to the audience. Please challenge Christopher with questions or comments. We are unfortunately running out of time, but we have several minutes for questions. I have one because, okay, there is one question. Torsten, please use that microphone.
In 1945, where Hitler was still commanding divisions that did no longer exist, because everybody was scared to tell him the truth. He could easily find himself in front of a firing squad. It's probably not that harsh in Russia, but of course, intelligence officers are at risk of losing their job if they give information to Putin, which he doesn't like.
Yep.
But they are still accountable. I mean, now he has figured out that he was fooled around. What happened? And do these people not calculate the risk? What happens to them if it gets found out that they were misinforming him?
And we all remember how Putin humiliated Patrushev.
But this is one very good example. I'd also say that, I mean, this mechanism that he installs people that would only report what he wants to hear in the first place, this has been going on for the past 20 years. It's not something that happened in 2021. I wouldn't want to work as an FSB analyst for many reasons, but one of them being that you have to walk the line between telling something that is true and on the other hand, not putting too much in it in your reports that someone doesn't like to read. And you have to anticipate what is going to be perceived well and what you can tell and what you can't tell, which is also something that reminds you of the late 1980s. So the people within these agencies, they have to calculate that risk. But of course, it remains unclear to them, and this is the logic of these systems. When will they cross the line, and when will they actually offend the political leadership? And of course, if as a let's say remedy to these mistakes that were made, what Putin did was to place the head of SSB, allegedly, we don't have proof of that, but that was what we learned, under house arrest, and try to replace him, or at least replace some head of divisions, head of departments. And of course, if you put yourself in his shoes, that's rather unpleasant, because for years, he reported only what Putin wanted to hear, and then he has to be the scapegoat for when everything went south, which was unavoidable. Yeah.
I mean, it comes probably from even socialism when, let's say, leaders try to install friends or trusted people rather than knowledgeable people who can criticize. The second question, Michael Martens, and probably, yes, after that, you, Nicola.
Right. Thank you, Christopher, for this very interesting report. I am wondering, Thorsten Geisel just gave an example from 1945 and the ghost divisions. When listening to you and listening to your examples from the 80s, I was thinking, not being an expert on the issue, of another historic example. And I was wondering whether you could see a certain pattern in this. This is the case of, if it's not an urban legend, but so far I haven't heard any reports on this, of Richard Sorge reporting in 1941 about the exact date and time of the German attack, but someone in the Kremlin not wanting to believe him. Would you also see this as part of the pattern, that powerful people only want to believe what they want to believe, and that those who report what is actually happening are being ignored?
Well, yes. I mean, the Sorge story is, I mean, it's common opinion so far that he reported maybe not the exact date, but shortly before it, and that it was ignored. As we know, Stalin ignored many warnings. He also overslept the actual attack, as far as it known, because he wouldn't believe it. Of course, this tendency to believe only what you want to believe, I think we all get that, and politicians more so, and the more authoritarian a politician is or a system gets, the stronger this tendency grows. And I think these examples with Stalin, Hitler, the most extreme, and with what we've seen last year, or the beginning of this year in the Kremlin, it fits that pattern. On the other hand, another example that it's very interesting, when the CIA was final in their analysis that the Kremlin is going to attack Ukraine, beginning of November last year. First thing they did, head of CIA traveled to Moscow, tried to talk them out of it, pointing exactly to, we know what you're up to. Did not work. Then Mr. Burns traveled almost the entire world, informing the allies, saying, we got that. They are definitely going to attack. And what was made public, there was a wonderful article in that in the Washington Post a couple of months ago, relying on White House and CIA staff, telling how difficult it was to persuade the German government, the French government, the EU, other NATO partners, even about the difficulties talking to Zelensky and the Ukrainian government, because they would answer, okay, so are you going to help us? No, we can't do that, or we can't do that, we can't do that. So what are we going to do? Because it seemed, this is the version so far, that the CIA had to convince the Ukrainian government about the exact date, and that it was a final decision made. Yes, they're going to invade in February. Or first, I think it was mid-January, the first state said. And there you have the same pattern again. Most would not believe it because they didn't have any information on their own, which in the case of German or French intelligence is not that, well, it's not a big one that they didn't know, and that only the CIA knew. But another problem was that the CIA could not tell them how they got the information. You know, okay, we have a human source maybe there, or satellite analysis says that, or military intelligence says that. So the same pattern does not only apply for authoritarian leaderships or dictators, it also applies to a less degree, as we could see, for democratic politicians.
Just a second, please. A microphone.
It's okay. No? Okay, just a short comment. Thank you. This kind of propaganda never goes without activities of intelligence. I would like to share our experience. In the period from 2012 to 2017, more than 25,000 people in North Macedonia were invited by the Department for Counterintelligence. And it brings a very new political situation in our country. In 2018, we bring a decision to close the Department of Counterintelligence, which up to date were in that time were under the Ministry of Interior. In 2019, we bring a new law on establishing a national security agency that became functional on 1st of September 2020. And in only 2 years, they managed to create such a wrong procedures so that 2 or 3 weeks ago, they allowed the government to issue a passport of a Ukrainian tycoon, Onyshchenko, which is very connected to Putin and to his authoritarian regime. So they still make a lot of troubles and headaches, even they are a very new established agency. We always should be very aware of their power and their political intent to make influence on each, even political, economic processes, developments, etc.
I think one issue, if I may close with a comment, it's in research also is called intelligence cultures, and we have different intelligence cultures within Europe. Mainly, the dividing line nowadays is still the former East-West border of, let's say, the mindset of how security is perceived and executed and how intelligence agencies are being organized. I think also, I think you have more experience firsthand with that about.
There are even more experienced people in the plenary room. For example, one of former heads of our military intelligence. But yeah, we can continue this discussion. Please make concluding remarks because we have to switch to another panel.
Yeah. Well, so the tying the intelligence culture to and pressing for intelligence reform, not only in to prevent politicization, but also to ensure an effective and efficient intelligence agency, which just it's not that it just happens once you create a new agency. You need several provisions for that, but I think we're not going into any detail anymore. So just leave that
I would suggest to continue in more private talks, getting more into the details. Let's give a warm applauses to Christopher. He will be available again for additional discussions. And I would like now to invite 2 of our contributors to a study, which is authoritarianism on the media offensive in the midst of war. The study is about the influence of Shopov and Rumena Filipova. Please take your seats here, and I would like to ask other panelists in the panel to come here to receive microphones. Няма микрофон. Така че всичко е включено. Окей, Влади. Okay, may I ask once again panelists in the next panel to come here and to get microphones. Sasha Dragoilo and Ruslan Trat.
Probably once, yeah. I'm very happy to present to you today our newest report. And it's our official launch of the publications Authoritarians on the Media Offensive in the Midst of War. And special thanks to the Konrad Adenauer Media Program Southeast Europe. We conducted the study in partnership between the Institute for Global Analytics and the European Council on Foreign Relations. And I would like to mention that the research for our report started immediately. Yes. Our research for the report started immediately following the beginning of the Kremlin's invasion of Ukraine, which has really provided us with the opportunity to identify trends of similarities and differences of Russian disinformation strategies in Southeast Europe, both before and after the war, and also the extent to which other authoritarian countries, and with a clout in the Balkans, and in particular the Gulf states, but also Turkey and Iran have amplified Russian propaganda. We also examined the pathways which have enabled China to gain an increasing media foothold in Southeast Europe. So in this publication, we focus on 7 states of Southeast Europe, and we examine both the political trends and also societal developments, particularly in terms of public opinion, which shape the informational ecosystems in those countries. And we also zoom in particular on the strategies, channels, narratives, and actors that promote foreign authoritarian state disinformation. And I would like to now briefly outline 2 sets of major conclusions that come out of the report. And first of all, in general, in terms of Russian media strategy, we have identified an increasing intensification of the pre-existing strategies, channels, and narratives of disinformation, both on an international scale, and these have also been observable, particularly in the Balkans. And 4 major trends stand out. The first one is that the pervasive informality through which Russia usually exercises its media influence has persisted. So instead of actually owning directly media channels in the Balkans, Russia acts differently through the cultivation of opaque local networks of patronage, by creating links to politicians, business people, journalists who themselves maintain those links to Kremlin groups and interests, and themselves promote the Kremlin narratives. Also, it's important to note the advertising clout of Lukoil and Gazprom in countries such as North Macedonia, Croatia, Serbia, in particular, which frame the journalistic mindset, and also censorship and reporting that is favorable to Russia. The second important trend that is common to all the Balkan states is that Russia has continued to be able to tap into those social and cultural proclivities which make certain sections of societies in the Balkans favorably predisposed to the Russian point of view as a result of the perception of certain cultural, ethnic, religious similarities. So this general ambivalence and preference to maintain good relations with both Russia and the West has actually informed the overall stance, which is quite prevalent in the Balkans, in favor of neutrality. And so this is one of the major pro-Russian narratives that we have also identified in the media space of Balkan countries. The third major trend is that there has been an enhanced role played by Russian embassies throughout the region. Given that RT and Sputnik have been banned, therefore the Russian narrative cannot so easily penetrate European public spaces. Russian embassies and their role has been significantly increased, and of course, a major part of the information war is waged on social media, and we have observed that over the course of the war, apart from Facebook, also other platforms have become important, including Telegram, VK, and this is actually a concerted strategy on the part of Kremlin-affiliated actors to encourage the migration to those channels, and we outline those strategies in the publication. And last but not least, it is important to mention that there is, of course, a process of regional diffusion of Russian propaganda through Serbian media channels, which represents a major intra-regional conduit of Russian disinformation. So the mutual intelligibility of the languages and also the availability of Serbian media channels throughout the Balkans means that pro-Russian narratives can be disseminated throughout the Western Balkans and even in countries such as Croatia, whose informational ecosystem is traditionally much more insulated from the Kremlin propagandist narratives. Secondly, I would like to also focus on the interaction between Russian propaganda and also Turkish Gulf state and Iranian influence operations. And overall, we can see that since the start of the war, these countries have tried to maintain a balancing position between Russia and the West, and these dualities in attitudes and also in policies have been visible in the media sphere, in that media outlets in the Balkans connected to those countries have actually not necessarily amplified or coincided with Russian propaganda. In contrast to that, however, in a reverse mirror image, it has been a concerted effort on the part of Russian propaganda itself to exaggerate the extent of the conjunction and cooperation between Moscow and Ankara in the Gulf state capitals. As a caveat to that, of course, I have to mention that there has been higher degree of propagandist conjunction between Kremlin and then Iranian disinformation, particularly on issue areas which are of concern to the Tehran regime, for instance, developments in the Middle East, general anti-Western and anti-Israeli propaganda. I will stop here for now, and I hope that during our panel we can continue to talk about the findings and also some of the recommendations that we outline in the report in terms of how we can tackle foreign authoritarian media influence.
Is this working? Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, I'll use this one. Thank you so much, and thank you for the for the kind support of the Konrad-Adenauer Media Program. We have been working with them over the last couple of years on this issue. And I think what we tried to do in this particular report was try and really capture a couple of developments and a couple of dynamics, which to an extent, of course, the war in Ukraine has accelerated. But I think, from this perspective, although there is still a lot that we need to kind of dig into, I think this report will provide something of a both context, but I think sufficient detail, and also I think a number of clearly identifiable trends which give us the instruments to think forward about these processes. I will just briefly mention three wider contextual points and then say a couple of things very briefly about China's behavior in this context, because obviously you can look at the report for further detail. The first thing in terms of the context has to do, I think, with the fact that over the course of the last 2 years, and in particular after the start of the war in Ukraine, we can no longer perceive a geopolitical competition in Southeast Europe and the Western Balkans as just another kind of theoretical emerging political and geopolitical reality. I think this is now one of the key central characteristics of what is happening in the region. It's a full-on implementation on the part of a number of actors across a range of areas. So I think, from this perspective, we are transitioning to a new geopolitical reality in the region. And the last really point on this, and what has been quite remarkable, in particular, the interventions of China and the official commentary of China and its alignment with Russia's view on NATO expansion, I think mark a significant turning point, because we now have a very clear set of agendas of most of these actors. And these agendas are being actively implemented. The second wider contextual point is that I think, winning hearts and minds is now a key component of their approach and of their strategy. Of course, to an extent, this has always been the case, and of course, there is variance between the different actors. But I think, the last couple of years, certainly in my research, and we have tried to show this also in this latest publication, it is quite clear, there is no doubt, that winning hearts and minds is now a prominent central component of these strategies for positioning and embedding and influence of these actors. I think, moreover, what we can predict is that, if anything, this is going to become even more important in the coming years, because some of these actors are slowly being pushed out of key segments in the societies and the economies of the region, more particularly in economy, in energy, to an extent in security. So merely as a instrument, as a tool of addressing and countering this gradual pushing out of third actors from some sectors is going to lead to an even more aggressive and kind of active set of public interventions. The last wider point, and this is obviously something that has been discussed for a long period of time, and it doesn't really need to be elaborated a lot, but in particular in relation to the media scape, there are a series of persistent vulnerabilities which are creating a lot of opportunities for third actors. I don't want to list them. We can, of course, go into those. But I think, given this media and public sphere reality, we need to be very mindful of the fact that it is going to present a number of opportunities and a number of openings for third actors in the coming years. And just very briefly, I will go through really just a couple of list 5 features of China's approach and behavior when it comes to Southeast Europe and the Western Balkans. But I will just use the term Southeast Europe because it's actually in relation to these trends and processes. I don't really find the distinction particularly meaningful. It's not very useful anyway, but in this particular context, even less so. The first point to make about China's approach is that we're now very clearly looking at a triangle of components when it comes of the kind of content that it is dishing out. Obviously, we have the information component where a lot of focus has centered. We obviously, of course, have the misinformation and the disinformation component, which has been rising, particularly in the context of the Ukraine war, not dramatically, certainly not as important in relation to Russia's interventions, but it's much more, it's clearly identifiable now, and it's clearly part now of the media policy and publicity toolkit of the Chinese. But I wanted to highlight in the report also a third element which gets very little attention, and that is the reliance of China on non-information, on blocking information when and where it can. Now we can go into cases, I mean, the most interesting cases perhaps when it comes to that are from Serbia and Montenegro. This is generally in situations where China has made extensive, problematic in many ways, investments. And we have this practice where together with friendly governments, they are actually actively trying to prevent the publication and the publication of certain details, informations, and all the rest of it. So we basically have a triangle kind of components. The second point, very briefly, is the rising prominence of soft diplomacy. Of course, China has been trying to develop its soft diplomacy for many years. There is now plenty of evidence that this is becoming a much more central element. Interestingly, and for a variety of reasons, I think they're utilizing more and more non-political themes. I mean, I can give some specific examples, but again, you can see them in the publication. And via these non-political things, I think they're very actively trying to construct certain perceptions, increasingly in the social media. Thirdly, I think there is a very clear shift in terms of how they approach content. And I would say there is now much more of what I call narrative publicity. Of course, representations, kind of, image-based content is also continues to be quite prevalent. But I think we're clearly seeing a transition, what I would call a transition from information to narration. I mean, that's very visible across the domain. Fourthly, I think there is, although this is something of an ongoing research, and this is certainly one of the areas where we need to do more in terms of research. But I think this latest publication reveals, I would say, greater propaganda coordination between the revisionist powers in Southeast Europe, overlapping of media, overlapping of narratives, utilization of media, of the same media outlets. So there is no doubt to me, looking at the field, that this is happening. And lastly, and this is where I'll stop, I think there's now also growing instrumentality when it comes to tapping into the constituency of interested partners that China has been created in all of these countries. I would say up until maybe 2-3 years ago, there was a clear emphasis on generating networks, consolidating relationships, where they have made patchy progress depending from country to country. I think we are now again transitioning, so far as I can tell, into a situation where they are instrumentalizing this in a pretty sustained, systematic. It might be a bit early to say perhaps strategic, but certainly in a much more systematic way. And obviously, I should probably stop saying that, but there is much more in the publication itself. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. This working? Can I have this one? Okay, I'll just use, is this working? Yes, it is. All right, thank you. Just, I would like to clarify, there was some misconception, I guess. The panel starts now. What you heard so far was a special input. I shouldn't have been here because I'm not the moderator of the special input, but I was told to sit here already. And now we start with the third panel of the day. And you two have given you have answered some of the questions I had prepared when I didn't know anything about your study, but I came up with new ones, so we will not run out of questions from my side at least, and I have the impression you will not run out of answers either. I take the liberty to fire away 3 questions that I wrote down when listening to you, and you are free to chop them up among each other. Who will answer what? And of course, feel free to add anything that you think is important and that I haven't asked. One thing is you were mentioning the advertising cloud of Gazprom and Lukoil. I suppose Gazprom is more or less out of the game now. It's more Lukoil, but if it's not, I'll be happy to learn more. Can you explain and elaborate a little bit on the case of Bulgaria, how exactly this works and how Lukoil and maybe Gazprom by influence? Secondly, you were mentioning the role of the embassy, and we are here in a country that holds the world record for declaring a number of Russian diplomats non grata in a single day, 70. I don't think that has been surpassed ever anywhere. Now, can you say anything about how this has affected? Are there any indications how this has affected the work of the Russian embassy and Mrs. Eleonora? Lately, I would very much like to hear, because you said also Croatia is part of this Russian endeavor, and that is indeed something that we do not hear very often. That's one set of the questions. And then when we were preparing for this panel, you wrote me, Vladimir, an interesting email and said one thing that you could elaborate on is, I will quote now, the convergence between authoritarian powers in terms of platform utilization, compatibility of interest and common agendas. I find this interesting because we have tons of studies on Russia in the Balkans, Turkey in the Balkans, Arabic actors in the Balkans, but very rarely, or Iran in the Balkans, but very rarely this is combined, and it is not, I have also not seen it as something that is maybe mutual reinforcing. So if you could say, if you have something to say about that, I think that could be really interesting.
Thank you. Let me first start with your first question about advertising cloud, and also tied into your question about Croatia. Because how it all works with the Russian corporate giants is that they tend to buy media time, particularly to advertisements. And the Croatian case in this regard is very interesting because one of the big advertisers, of course, with relations to Russia, is Fortenova, PDD, and through their connections to the media, what we have observed is that certain articles which are unfavorable to the Kremlin have been withdrawn, and this has led in a way to a culture of self-censorship. When Russian interests are at stake, there is usually the case that there tends to be silence, if not outright propaganda. And just to continue the question on Croatia, let me now compare it to Bulgaria, because in this report, we took a holistic view on the informational ecosystem. So we studied both social media, but also print and online news outlets, and how for an authoritarian state, propaganda is spread onto those two types. And interestingly, in the Croatian case, we have a disconnect or disjuncture between propaganda, because on the one hand, it's rife on social media and online news, and particularly through conspiracy theories and conspiratorial thinking, which is very prevalent in the Croatian social media space, pitching the ordinary people against the elites. And this is the main channel through which Russian propaganda is able to enter the Croatian social media space. But on the other hand, monitoring print outlets, mainstream outlets, we have come to the conclusion that Russian propaganda on those is not so prevalent for a variety of reasons, including still the journalistic standards are still kept. Also, of course, the pro-Russian view is not necessarily very popular in the Croatian political and social scene. So there is this disconnect between print outlets, mainstream outlets, and social media. In contrast, Bulgaria is exactly the opposite, because there is complete diffusion between the social and online media space on the one hand, in the print and online news outlets, since we see that there is a wide variety and a wide array of pro-Kremlin actors that are operating both in mainstream media and on social media. So there is quite a lot of circulation of narratives between all the different parts of the informational ecosystem in Bulgaria. And let me focus on the question regarding the work of Russian embassies, particularly in Bulgaria. We actually, no matter what happens, we continue to see and measure a high degree of engagement of the posts on the Russian Facebook page, in particular in Bulgaria. And let me draw, and this also has to do with the way that Meta moderates posts, because I think that it has a role to play here. And we have quite a different situation between what the social media platforms are doing in the West and regarding languages which are much more widely spoken, particularly English, of course. And when it comes to Meta's weaker moderation policies in countries throughout Central and Eastern Europe, for instance, and posts in languages which are not so widely spoken. So just one example, the Russian embassy in London, right after the start of the war, had a Twitter post which denied that attacks on the Mariupol hospital had taken place, and that those women who were pretending to be injured, that they were impersonating injured women, but they were actually actresses. And so Twitter did take action in those cases, and the Twitter post was removed. And that also, however, happened in Bulgarian social media. With a similar narrative, and yet no action was taken.
Can I interject one additional question to what you said? I would agree with you from reading Jutarnyi and Večernji List in Zagreb more or less regularly that there's no pro-Russian. On the contrary, I would say, if you read the comments and the reporting, there's absolutely no pro-Russian influence there. But then again, you have probably followed that right now, as we speak, we have a conflict in Croatia, and there will be a parliamentary vote on December 15th between the president and the government. Now, I do not accuse President Milanovic of being bought by Lukoil, Gazprom, or Russia. No, he's not. He's just Milanovic. But still, he serves a certain narrative, which one could consider mildly, if not pro-Russian, then in the interest of Russia. Have you observed, and he doesn't do this since yesterday, he has been doing this for a month, basically, since beginning of February, since the war started. Did you measure or see how the president's, after all, it's the head of state, statements kind of, did they trickle down in the social media? Did they have any effect, or is this nothing that can be measured or was part of your study?
Oh, well, definitely. Of course, the president is a major source of propagandist narratives that we can call pro-Russian in the Croatian media space, and we have observed those. And definitely, there is also traction on social media. Now, I just want to say that, of course, not always perfect on the Croatian media space, and there are a number of vulnerabilities, including the fact that there is a lot of diffusion from Serbian social media channels. According to estimates, the Russian propaganda on Croatian social media is above all started and disseminated by Serbian accounts or accounts originating in Serbia. So it's both the top-down the statements that come from the president, but also other maverick politicians in Croatia who are active on social media. But it also comes the other way around from neighboring countries, and especially from Serbia.
Convergence. Yes, well, I think in a way this has been going on for a while, but I guess what is different now is that it is happening along more dimensions than used to be the case. So, for instance, I would say that there is greater convergence in the sense that there is now greater compatibility between the interests. I'm more specifically talking about Russia and China in this context, in terms of what it is that they want to achieve in these countries. I think from that perspective, there's also greater compatibility, and even I would say in some areas, a kind of implicit division of labor, where one engages and where the other does, of course, in relation to their comparative strengths. And in some cases, actually, Bulgaria is an interesting case in this. I haven't had really the resources to look at this closely across the region. But in the case of Bulgaria, I have already seen that. And so we're already even seeing instances where in areas in which one of the actors has been predominant, so for instance, nuclear, Russia, China has somehow managed to, or has attempted to reach a kind of modus operandi working with the Russians. And in Bulgaria, that happened in relation to the ill-fated Belene nuclear power plant, where they essentially reached a compromise in terms of how they would structure and work together on that particular project. And the Chinese are beginning to do this with local actors in some of these countries. We know that traditionally they have a preference to go in big by themselves. But again, in some countries where that has not been possible, they are already beginning to strike partnerships, relationships with local actors. In some cases, even they're willing to accept the position of junior partners in order to still be able to penetrate in areas where they have struggled. I think also our research shows very clearly, but the quality, unfortunately, the quality of the information that was coming from different countries, as you can imagine, was a bit varied. So we couldn't get sufficient information on some of the countries on that particular dimension. But there is now clear joint, or I would say joint utilization of platforms. It is essentially there are a number of outlets in Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia, where either the two sides present or plant their own content or retranslate each other's misinformation. In most cases, it's the Chinese, retranslating Russian misinformation as things stand. So that is clearly already happening. I think there are also other ways in which they're converging in terms of their approach. One is that, what I briefly mentioned already, this greater use of narratives, and this actually poses a big question for how we counter this. And I mean, we can go into that perhaps in the discussion. I mean, the Russians, of course, to an extent, have always relied on narratives. But as I have mentioned, the Chinese are now increasingly spending time and resources constructing narratives and trying to position and embed those, which is a bit of a novelty. The other area where I think they are converging, they are both the Russians and both the Chinese. I mean, the Russians have been doing this for a long time, but the Chinese now are attempting to do it as well. They're both trying to create self-enclosed networks of media outlets. I mean, basically a self-enclosed kind of narrative ecosystem in which they integrate horizontally a number of platforms and outlets. So they're kind of self-referential. They kind of multiply the effect. They reach different audiences. I mean, I can give specific examples from Bulgaria. from Bulgaria as well. And I think this poses a particular challenge. But I also have to say that in terms of its existence, this is not new. I mean, you know, the first time when I think we encountered this was in a European context, all the way back to the EU referendum in France, where a lot of, you know, French sociologists actually looked very closely at the different media strategy and media spaces that were constructed by both sides. And already then it was very clear and it was very visible that the no side had done precisely that. A very kind of self-enclosed, tight, multimedia, multi-platform space that it's impossible or very difficult to leave once you find yourself in it. We saw the same thing during Brexit in the United Kingdom. So this is not new, but I would say it's increasingly being utilized by both sides. It's being utilized quite competently, I have to say. So I think these are some of the dimensions where we are seeing greater convergence. And just one point on Croatia. A couple of years ago, again, with the kind support of the media program of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, I did a kind of first generation kind of mapping research of China's presence in the region. And what really struck me in Croatia was a kind of almost complete mismatch and unpredictability in terms of their engagement in Croatia, because their kind of visible media presence and interest didn't really seem particularly significant. But then suddenly, after quite a long period of seeming disinterest in the media space, completely out of the blue, they actually tried to buy out the main media company in Croatia, Hansa Group. And I was very struck, actually, because most of the journalists in the country to whom I spoke were not aware of that, fact. So all this to say that we need to be very mindful in terms of, obviously analyzing what is out there and what is identifiable and perceivable. But particularly in the case of China, and this is true in other countries in different areas, you have this sudden, outbursts of interest and engagement, which are almost completely unpredictable. One example of that outside of the media context would be Albania, and actually also Croatia, where despite the fact that both countries are members of NATO, the Chinese have persistently tried to gain foothold in the polls of these countries, both in Albania and both in Croatia. And actually in Croatia, you would probably remember that as a journalist, the deal for the Chinese, under which the Chinese were essentially going to take control of Rijeka port, basically had to be stopped at 1 minute to midnight, and it had to be stopped actually in a way in which the Croatians are now probably going to lose on the arbitration case.
It says it's on. Thank you very much. I have additional questions, but I'm refraining from asking them now because we are not on a trialogue here. We have more guests on the panel, and you do have a chapter on Serbia, but you will understand that on Serbia, I will ask our guest from Belgrade. I'm happy. I've been a reader of your stories for long, so I'm happy to get to know you in person first time, Sasha. Yeah, we were also in contact before this panel, when I asked you what you think you would be most competent and happy to speak about, you mentioned, first of all, we need to keep in mind, as far as Serbia is concerned, the historical perspective. Everyone then thinks, of course, of 1999, the NATO bombing, but you also mentioned we also have to keep in mind everything that happened after the overthrow of Milosevic in October 2000, and how the anti-Western sentiment was created in the country parallel with the pro-Russian one. I would really like to have a couple of questions on that. And well, I do have additional questions, but let's maybe start with this. Okay, I guess we do not have to go into the 99 war too much, but be free to do it because that is obvious. But the overthrow of Milosevic and what happened after, that's not mentioned all that often in the context of, I don't know, can I call it Serbian Russophilia or whatever? Could you elaborate a little bit on that, please?
Yes, thank you for the invitation and thank you for your praise. So I think that we need to start from the beginning because we are describing what is happening now too often, I think. And I think this war has been the last phase of something that has been going on for quite some time. So I think that Serbia is a good example because it's the only country basically beside Turkey in Europe, basically, that is not aligning with the EU when it comes to Russia and its sanctions. So when I mentioned what happened after the overthrow of Milosevic, I think that the key word is resentment of the Serbian people. So I think that it's not so much Russophilia in Serbia, it's anti-Western sentiment. And there is a Putinophilia, but I wanted to talk about that a bit later.
So it's a little bit the enemy of the enemy is my friend.
Exactly, yes. So during the 90s war, Serbs were portrayed as the main culprits for the whole dissolution of Yugoslavia. And the NATO bombing has portrayed that victimhood in the nation. So after the 2000s and overthrow of Milosevic, Serbia entered the transitional process and everything. But that transitional process wasn't really like it was expected and what was told to the people. So Serbia today is one of the most countries with the biggest inequality in Europe. The poverty is great, corruption is great. So people are dissatisfied with all that. And this feeling has brought Aleksandar Vučić in power in 2012. So democratic government in Serbia, I would say that the Democratic Party will never be in power anymore, just because of the decade from the overthrow of Milosevic and until Vučić came to power. So it was just one decade that Milosevic's Minister of Information become the leader of Serbia and highly respected and favored by the EU and the West, actually. So that resentment has always created, and the people who represented EU interests in Serbia are seen as the enemy of the people because of their favor of the privatization process, of the criticism of Serbian role in war crimes and everything. And that sentiment between the losers of transition has become great. So when a radical party of Vojislav Šešelj, who is also another dangerous autocrat, so after the radical party was dissolution and the Serbian Progressive Party created, not all radical party people went to SNS. It was mostly the losers of transition, people who were dissatisfied with the living standards. So that's one aspect.
May I interject? Would you consider Srpska napredna stranka, the governing party, an anti-Western party?
No. I think the Serbian Progressive Party is a pro-Serbian Progressive Party. So they are a centrist party. They look what suits them best. So they realize they cannot come to power in Serbia after the war in the 90s on their agenda of Great Serbia, and they change their story and they become centrists and they destroyed the right wing. Serbia didn't have a proper right wing for a long time until now, until the war in Ukraine. So Aleksandar Vučić is a really successful and intelligent politician that many people in Serbian opposition doesn't want to accept that, but he's running things really smart and intelligent. And the reason why Russophilia was so big in Serbia is also him, because when he came to power in 2012, he became a modern pro-Western politician, but he knew that his base is not really pro-Western. So he created a parallel reality. His media, tabloid media, TVs with national frequencies, other print media which are not tabloid, they were all creating a cult of Vladimir Putin for a decade.
What I do not understand about this, I asked this, by the way, Vučić personally a couple of years ago in an interview, which for the time being was the last. Okay, we have newspapers like Informa, which is like 150% on Vučić's line each and every day, the editor being a personal friend of the president. Now, the president says still that his official goal is membership of Serbia in the European Union. At the same time, his personal friend and the editor of the most influential yellow paper of the country is criticizing is a mild word, is writing against the European Union each and every day for years. It is like full of Muslims, full of gays. It wants to destroy Serbian values. It wants to destroy Serbia. It's anti-Serbian. How does this go together when the president of a country says, I want to join the European Union, but his best friend and most important media partner in the print section, we can say the same about television, is agitating in a different direction every day?
Yeah, so that's the game I'm talking about. So he is telling one thing for one public, and he goes with the feeling that people will read what Vučićević and his tabloid is saying, and they will be like, Vučić is doing this for the pragmatic reasons.
But I believe to remember when Mr. Vučić came to power, first as a deputy prime minister in charge of the secret services, and then later he went up, there was a different atmosphere. It was not so strong every day anti-European Union.
Just for the first 2 years, I would call the years of consolidation of power. But after that, Informer was always like this. And
don't you have the feeling that sometimes this, if this is really the tactic, if Vučić knows I have the certain fan base of Russia and Putin, so I have to serve them because otherwise others will start to serve them. So it's better I'm doing it myself. But isn't this getting out of control a little bit? I mean,
yeah, that's my point. So this game is becoming a little bit of a problem for Vučić nowadays because of the pressures to impose sanctions to Russia. And you can see how the tabloids react. So there is Serbian Telegraph is also a pro-government tabloid. And their writing was being changed in like a day by day, considering what is going on in the front, or also what is going on with the Serbian politics. So when Putin compared the independence of regions in Ukraine with Kosovo case, we have in Serbian Telegraph some titles which are completely different.
Stepping in the back or something.
Yes, so he's always and yeah, you're right. This become a bit of a problem. He created that problem because of his opportunist ways, and I would not go what he really believes. I think the power is his drive.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's difficult to speculate, and still you have indications. But one more question about Informa, because this is really the mouthpiece of the government. And then you have, of course, Pink TV and Happy TV. There's this legendary, I can say by now, headline of Informa on the first day after the war, 25th of February, if I'm not mistaken. Russia napala Ukraine, Russia attacked, Ukraine attacked Russia. This got really infamous all over Europe. It seems to me that even for the standards of which is Serbia, that went a little over the top, because it was kind of, I mean, I'm wondering if you have insight in it, such a headline, does it go over the president's desk before or not?
I don't have such insight, but they work so close for years, and when it comes to nationalistic stuff, I think they didn't really think through it. They thought it's the same old Putin. During 1 year, Informer has like 100 times Putin on the front page. Like in regular times, he loves to put Putin on the front page. So I don't think that was really a good, that was planned really. I think that the editor, he knows that he has a freedom in those kind of authoritarian, nationalistic, conservative stuff, and he played it out like,
I cannot really imagine if Vučić hasn't seen it that he was all that happy with that headline, because that's just too exaggerated. There is a Serbian language program of Russia Today, or RT, coming up, if I'm not mistaken. Can you tell us something about this, or is it not true?
It's not true at the moment. It's true that Russia Today has created a website with news portal and columnists and analysts and whatever, but it's not true, at least for now, that they are planning to have a TV program. So that's fake information. I directly called after the news came out. I called people from the Radio Diffuse Agency of Serbia, and they said it's a mistake. So they had the problem. The person who communicated with the media did not give proper information, but I don't know, maybe it will happen, but for now it's not accurate.
Do you know statistically, click-wise, about Russia Today? Where is it ranked in the most popular Serbian websites?
I don't have the exact data, but I think it's popular. Yeah.
I mean, they did manage to have some very well-known contributors like Muharrem Bazdul, for example, and others. So, and that they pay well, I guess.
The Russians are started to pay well when it comes to journalists when they first came to Serbia. But I want to add one thing. I think that in Serbia, Russia is for years have invested so little and gained so much because of this all stuff I mentioned before. So they just go with the flow. They know that there's traditional, ties, historical ties. There is an anti-Western sentiment and resentment in the society. They have editors of the print media of other. They are doing it for their beliefs, actually. So those are the nationalistic editors who were in the 90s also dominant. After the 2000s, they stayed dominant. And in German, there is that expression Lügenpresse. So in Serbia, there is also that media who are professional and who are mostly pro-European have been considered that they are not saying truth to the public. And those you have a lot of YouTube channels who are spreading crazy stuff. So yeah.
It's a question that I want to mention, but then we should go to our next participant, but we shouldn't forget it, I think, because what I find fascinating when I come to Belgrade now, you have thousands, probably even tens of thousands of Russians now in the city, and most of them are anti-Putin. And it's really interesting how they kind of undermine the picture many Serbs have about Serbia. There's this famous video about this anti-Russian Niet Vojny demonstration in front of Hotel Moskva, and this one Serbian woman just losing it because she cannot believe it. How my dear Russians are against my even dearer Putin. And you have this graffiti war now in the city. When I took a couple of pictures of anti-Putin graffiti, and then Russians saying, Serbians saying, how do you dare to do that? Maybe we can talk about this later too.
Yeah.
But let's maybe, because otherwise it would be unfair to Ruslan Trat, with whom also I have been discussing before this panel what we should best concentrate on. You have sent me some of your former some of your articles, one of them from 2018 called Under the Radar, Iran's stealth presence on the Balkans. And you also basically were saying about how Iran is trying to influence social media. You gave some examples from Bosnia-Herzegovina and so on. Could you maybe, I read the article, but could you maybe summarize your main points? And also, because this is 4 years ago, update if there is a new development on this, please. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's working. Okay. First of all, thank you for having me here. I'm not with academia background, so I will speak as a journalist and former war reporter. I worked for 11 years as a war reporter and freelancer in many different parts of Middle East and Southeast Asia. and partly in North Africa. Iran is very interesting country to me, not only because of the influence of Iran in Syrian civil war and Iraq, Yemen, Lebanon, but also Africa, because Iran have nearly 50 centers across Africa for spreading influence, and they are working hardly for that. Balkans is very specific part of the world. Almost every conversation mentioned this region is depressing and consists of dark thinking. So there is a reason for that. You mentioned this article. I actually wanted to revisit this article and possibly update it. Right now in Atlantic Council in DC and the other project where I'm involved, Science Plus, where we work together with Rumena, we're following different narratives. Russian one is the most visible, most aggressive, but also Iranian narrative is very active. The reason for that is because Balkans is considered as buffer zone and logistic hub for Iranians. Since the publication of this article, the situation is not changed so much, quite opposite. In different angles, the situation is worse because of the, how to say, lack of vision to mention Iran as potential threat to Bulgarian security or to security of other Balkan states because of no historical background like with Turkey or pressure from Central European powers like Austria. So Iran have, first of all, very long history of influencing operations in the Balkans. Since even before the Yugoslavian wars, but supporting anti-Serbian forces is one of the aspects in the history, because many people trying to underestimate the Iranian influence because many of the Muslims in the Balkans are Sunni Muslims. This is not the case with Iran. We have many examples of Iranian support for Sunni, even militants groups, even in Middle East. So Balkans is easy target. Since the publication of this article, the logistic activities of groups linked to Iran, including Hezbollah, increased because Bulgaria, North Macedonia, and sometimes Serbia, but not so actively like Bulgaria, they, how to say, they are easy target because of political umbrella, allowing such groups to operate on Bulgarian soil right now even. Sometimes groups like Kurdish militant groups and Hezbollah overlap in distributing and using these logistical paths. We have, for example, from a few weeks ago. Well, this is after the attack in Istanbul. The people, part of the group, organized this attack crossed Bulgarian border thanks to one of the networks used by Hezbollah to smuggle weapons and materials to bases in Lebanon. Hezbollah is using mostly ports, but also we have information for using increasingly the land routes through Bulgaria, and this is not considering a threat to Bulgarian security still.
It's not, you say, it's not.
It's not because of this. First of all, Bulgaria is one of the few countries in European Union continue to trade with oil products with Iran and exchanging of different equipment. Also, smuggling weapons is not so hard because we have, for the few years, we have different cases of distributing weapons from Varna port and Burgas port also. to Libya, where part of militias received Iranian support, and they received Bulgarian and Croatian weapons. This is the case with Syria, with Lebanon, and Iraq. So Bulgarian weapons are distributed through Iranian networks very easily, unfortunately, despite all the signals.
And we know that by having seen Bulgarian weapons at the theaters of
Yeah,
war in there.
we have confirmation, visual confirmation. We have data for that. In Libyan case, we have clear information for distributing heavy equipment, which is also against the sanction and weapon embargo.
Thank you. Now, if we are supposed to stay on schedule, which I guess we are, then we have, even though we started late, so someone took time from us, but what can we do? Then we have 15 more minutes. And I would say, instead of starting another round of question, I would just ask you to, so in order not to limit what you want to say by my questions, we would give you the opportunity for a last round statement on whatever you think is very important and you want to emphasize. The only wish I have, Sasha, if you could also elaborate a little bit on what we talked about the Russians in, but let's start, let's say clockwise or anti-clockwise, please. Would you have a, whatever you find is important and we missed and that you want to underline should be your closing statement here.
Let me underline some of the distinctions among the countries as regards the way that the Russian propaganda is disseminated, because of course, apart from the overall similarities and commonalities, there are distinctions among the countries, primarily as a result and depending on the extensiveness of pro-Kremlin networks, which also support Russian propaganda, and also the extent of social, political, and cultural receptivity to Russian messaging. And let me draw a general contrast between Bulgaria and also the Western Balkan countries when it comes to differences in propaganda messaging. And one of the major differences has been the fact that, of course, in the Western Balkans, there has been a narrative about the ostensible renewal of the military conflicts of the 1990s as a result of the war in Ukraine. There have been a number of false analogies made in that regard in the Western Balkan countries, including accusations of so-called Western hypocrisy about how Kosovo was recognized, but how the Donbass, Donetsk, and Lugansk were not granted the same status. There have been also some strange parallels between the supposed massacres conducted by Ukrainian authorities in the Donbass and the Srebrenica massacre. But of course, Russia in general as a state does not recognize that one, what happened in Srebrenica, but nevertheless, it is using it as an false analogy. And overall, there have been narratives about how the immediate fallout from the war in Ukraine would be a war in the Balkans. And now, of course, those narratives have not been present to that extent or at all in Bulgaria. Now, in our country, pro-Kremlin messaging has been, however, intertwined with our own domestic, social, and political developments. And in particular, all those Kremlin critical voices in politics, but also in civil society more generally, have been condemned. And the narrative goes that all those who are critical of Moscow go against traditional national interests as they're defined by Russian propaganda and their allies in Bulgaria, and that they undermine the traditional ties between Bulgaria and Russia. So this has been one of the major specificities in the Bulgarian case, and which makes it different from the other Western Balkan countries. Now, I would also like to outline another trend which is quite prevalent in Bulgaria, which is the extent of conspiratorial thinking. Of course, it is also present in other countries, but in terms of rankings and polling, Bulgaria has been shown to be one of the countries which have the highest level of confidence in conspiracy theories. There was a Gallup poll taken on an international level. So among 28 nations, Bulgarians came on top, and consistently over half of the Bulgarians say that they believe in conspiracy theories, for instance, regarding COVID, that it was a deliberately engineered virus. Also, domestic political polling shows similar results. Over half of the polled of the respondents believe in conspiracy theories. And when it comes to the war in Ukraine, this has been, of course, contextualized, and the whole narrative about bioweapons has been rife, particularly on social media in Bulgaria, but also more widely in the media space, and in particular the narrative about how the US has supposedly created bioweapons across laboratories in the post-Soviet space, and that the NATO conducts experiments on its soldiers. So this is very much present in the Bulgarian scene. In the report, we outline in detail the conspiracy narratives, but also the actors and the channels through which they become so prominent in the Bulgarian media scene. And perhaps a final point about recommendations. We have listed a number of them about how to deal with Russian disinformation. Let me just mention that first, we may have to have or promote a positive narrative about democracy, and probably become less reticent about espousing its benefits. And in this way, we can, of course, counter, first of all, the major foreign authoritarian-sponsored propaganda message, which emerged particularly since the start of the pandemic, that authoritarian states are supposedly better capable of dealing with crisis than liberal democracies. And we can also perhaps start to counter and make a distinction between a relative degree of disenchantment with democracies in the Balkans, but to make the distinction that democracy in the abstract and as a goal is, of course, a very important one, but even though there may be flaws in its implementation by current political actors.
I'll just say a couple of things about risks, because it was in the title of the panel, going slightly beyond the media sphere, but also touching on the media sphere. The things that worry me most actually have to do with the fact that the Western Balkans in particular, not so much obviously the other countries who are in the European Union and NATO, is now finding itself in what I would call in embedded geopolitical impasse. And I think this might seem an obvious point to make, but given the degree and the extent to which any kind of realistic time horizons for the full integration of these countries have now receded, I think we're underestimating the wider impact of this on the societies and on the economies of the political systems of these countries. Because, to kind of deconstruct this point a little bit, what this means in practice is that we are seeing collective and individuals' incentives change, and change in pretty fundamental ways. Because I was one of those people who participated in the EU accession process, and I think we Bulgarians have a particular sensitivity to that issue. But I think analytically, we need to make a slight adjustment and begin to appreciate the wider consequences of the fact that these countries are finding themselves in a truly difficult situation. Why is this important? Because the media and the publicity strategies and approaches of third actors are actually increasingly and actively participating in this process of readjustment and redefinition of collective and individual incentives. And this is very much visible if you examine in particular the rising prominence and intensity of the formation of constituencies of actors that are close to and increasingly related to these third actors. There is obviously the kind of, there are obviously the long-term security risks, which I think, we don't need to spend too much time on, in this particular audience. But one final point, which I think needs to be highlighted, and that is also linked to the media, to the media and narrative competition, which is going on. In reality, given this geopolitical impasse, given the persistent space for third actors to engage, penetrate, position, and embed themselves in different spheres, what this is contributing to is the increasing divergence, real life, everyday, different levels of society and economy divergence between those countries, and the rest of Europe. And I think this is one of the reasons why this debate remains very topical and very significant for European and for Western actors. And just one example why and how this is happening. Obviously, we very often look at the political level, but a lot of the specific activities of these third actors have very consequential implications. So, for instance, if you look, I will mention, cases relating to China. If you look in detail at the Bar-Bolyare motorway, the infamous now Bar-Bolyare motorway in Montenegro and the risks that it posed, if you look very closely at this particular project, you see a range of risks. And they relate to a number of issues. They relate to secrecy, non-transparency, lack of very immediate security risks, because in the contract signed for the motorway, actually one of the forms of compensation is the acquisition of physical assets on the territory of Montenegro by China, including the port of Bar itself.
I believe that has been refuted, this argument with Bar. Sasha says also yes, yeah, is it, or? But okay, we can.
Okay. We can discuss that later. I mean, this is based on my own conversations in Podgorica. There are also significant jurisdictional issues. All of the entire project is based on Chinese jurisdiction. So I'm kind of going into a bit more detail in this, just to illustrate that all of these activities actually have very immediate consequences, and these consequences, the longer and the more leeway that we allow for these practices to continue, the greater the divergence and the more embedded the divergence will be between the countries of the Western Balkans and the rest of Europe.
Thank you. Sasha, you have your last word. If you want, I was just thinking but you can ignore it also. But I think there is an interesting aspect about the Chinese Cultural Center being built at a very historic place, considering what happened there in 1999. But if that doesn't fit into what you want to say, just ignore it. We have an extra conference on that.
Yeah, I would start with your question earlier on. Yeah. So in Serbia now there's like around 120,000 Russians, 22,000 Ukrainians, and 5,000 Belarusians according to official data. So people hate the enemy until they know him. We can say for Russians in Serbia, you like the friend until you know him. So you mentioned before that Serbians are not really satisfied with how the Russians who came to Serbia are treating
a certain part of the Serbian society.
Yeah, of course. It's really interesting because there's so many Russians now, and most of them are liberal people and educated people and who came here for business wise. Most of them work in the IT sector, and so many people who came to Serbia, Belgrade, but also Novi Sad, Niš, other cities have created a real estate crisis in the country. So the rents went like 100% up, even more.
Liking Russians is expensive sometimes.
What?
Loving Russians can be very expensive sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. So that became a huge issue, and also some of the Russian people don't have so much money, but their companies are paying the rent for them. So that became really problematic. Also, today has been confirmed that Wagner Group has established a cultural informational center in Serbia, which will be aimed also at the Russians who are in Serbia and who are spreading anti-Putin propaganda.
In Belgrade, or where's the center?
They didn't specify the place, but they said it will be established in Serbia. So that's also another issue. I would add, because we didn't have much time to discuss that, so beside media stuff, but I would not say that it's dominant, that mainstream media. They go on that, alternative truth, which is hidden from us by the establishment. And I think that sentiment is in the root of all this. That's why I said before that this has been preparing for a long time. So people are in all societies, in the West also, everybody's in crisis, economical, social crisis, existential crisis. So they look for someone who will solve it really quickly. And that's why we have so much these alternative narratives. So in Serbia, I think that the root of Russian influence is through the security services, the BIA agency. So
who have, as we should mention to those who don't follow it on a daily basis, the greatest Serbian friend of Russia now is their new director.
Yes, the new director of security agency is Alexander Vulin, who is a big pro-Russian supporter. Last year, Nikolai Petrushev, security deputy of Russian Federation, had a meeting with him, and apparently Vulin, who was the interior minister at that time, he gave him the wiretapped information about Russian opposition politicians who were later on arrested. So him on that position is definitely something that will suit Russians, but his biography is problematic. So Serbian people, all activists, politicians, and journalists will not be safe at all. But I would add that if we talk about the solutions here, I would add that it's more important to give a new alternative to the people. You don't need to fight. I mean, you can fight Russian, I don't know, influence or whatever, or Chinese, but I think that you need to give another alternative, another hope. I think that the approach needs to be different. That needs to be more from down to the top, and not vice versa.
What would the alternative or the hope be?
I think that that we need to have some kind of socio-economic project, some kind of Marshall project, will be more social democratic in a way, because I think the poverty and the wounds from the past, the solutions for those problems were prescribed to this region were not gave good results. They did not give good results, and now we have all this stuff. Of course, I forgot to mention, because of all this stuff, the Kosovo issue, which is really important for Serbia, and why Russia is seen as a huge ally. So this also puts Serbia in this kind of delicate situation.
Yeah, of course, true. We didn't mention Kosovo. Ruslan, you had to wait for quite a while, but you have the privilege of the last summarizing word.
Yeah, I do have 2 minutes, for example. I need to explain something, let's say this phrase, big picture, because it's important. For everything we already discussed, and I'm sure in the previous panels, we should put every discussion on the background of Ukrainian war. The reason is because Russia or Iran and allies of Russia are very active on that ground. We have, and we know, every one of us know about the Iranian intervention in the war in Ukraine, providing Russia with weapons, but not only, intelligence reports also, not coming only from the Middle East perspective, but also from the Southeastern Europe, thanks to the embassies and cultural departments inside the embassies of Iran. I'm sure that many of us know the culture center of Iran in Sarajevo. It's huge and very active. I don't know in the same time how many people know that these cultural departments are under Ministry of Information, not Ministry of Culture in Iran. The reason is that with such cultural activity and influence, they gather a lot of intelligence information on the ground. So they pass this information to the Russians. We have clear signals for cooperation, cooperation in at least in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, and Bulgaria. And cooperation between these embassies is active right now. And the recent news for establishing, or at least establishing, Serbian version of Wagner Center, like maybe you saw the news. To me, this is, for now, is mostly PR action, but for now, because that is why I mentioned the big picture. There are different narratives linked to the war in Ukraine. They were developed many years before the full-scale invasion this year. One of the perspectives of Wagner is that we should stop replicating the narrative pushed by Moscow that this group is mercenary group, which is not. Wagner is part of military intelligence and Spetsnaz to military intelligence in Moscow. So the presence of Wagner in Serbia means something very clearly. They want to prepare informational and other kind of operations in the region, because Wagner is part of bigger network in which includes political parties across Europe, patriotic camps in Bosnia and Serbia. It was closed before a few years, but in Belarusia also. So this network is, Wagner are the golden boys of this network. They are more popular than other groups, but we have examples with other groups like Enot Corporation, which is also part of this security forces network in the Kremlin, but on the FSB part. So Wagner is in the GRU, on the military intelligence part. And everywhere where Wagner is involved, that means that Russia is involved directly. But thanks to this narrative that Wagner is mercenary groups, they can't deny it. And they also trying to, how to say, to refocus the attention. For example, this statement from Prigozhin, which is one of the fundraisers of operations of Wagner, that he is the owner. No, he is not the owner of Wagner, because the owner is the Russian state. But this is the interesting thing here, how Russia succeed to create this network and present to the world that, oh, this is, yeah, there are Russians inside, but we have nothing.
It reminds me a little bit of the wars in Yugoslavia in 1992, when Milosevic would say, oh, those
yes.
That's not us, you know.
This is exactly continuation of this model from Yugoslavia. But 1 minute more. Wagner model is developed since the beginning of 20th century. This is not a new strategy from the Kremlin. We have examples for like prototype of Wagner in 1929 in Afghanistan. Then 50 years ago, later in 1979, they prepared the stage like they prepared in Syria and or right now in Ukraine, because this is the second narrative I want to mention. We should replicate. They are not separatists in Eastern Ukraine. These people are part of a Russian command based near Moscow. So they are under direct orders from the Russian army, but the narrative is easily to be replicated because it's more dramatic. And I will finish with that. We should stop replicating these narratives and start pay attention more to Telegram, because this is a problem. But Telegram technically is really difficult to be monitoring, because the API is different than Facebook's or Twitter. And also, I recommend of this whole, I'm sure that many of people here are following the world's events, to pay attention to such operations where Wagner or Russia establishing so-called information center or cultural center. That's mean something bigger is coming, and it's not necessary to be military operation, not at all.
Thank you very much. This was, I think, really excellent closing words. Pay attention to narratives and do not repeat narratives of, well, I'll say it openly, of your enemy, because that's what Russia is for democratic countries. Thank you to all of you. While listening to you, I was thinking, okay, we analyzed the problems. We do not have enough time to say, Sasha has gone into it a little bit, what could be potential answers. So I just one closing remark. I had a discussion when the war started. I went to Moldova immediately and then to Ukraine. And I had a discussion in Chisinau with the one advisor of Maia Sandu, the president, foreign advisor, very knowledgeable, I think, who said one of the problems for the European Union is what the Russians do is, they would buy a television, sorry, I'll pick it, sorry. The Russians would buy a television station and they would have 90%, junk, pop music, shows, whatever. And then 10 or even 5% their narrative that just trickles down. But these channels are watched. People watch that. The European Union has scholarships for excellent journalism. It's all great, but this is like 0.5% of the population who follows this. And he said, okay, I don't have an answer either, because should now the European Union finance junk stations? Probably not, but the Russians are just much more effective because they go they go for broad audience and we go for an elite audience, which cannot compete. Anyhow, this could maybe be the starting point for another round of discussion on how to answer that. Thank you very much. We almost finished on time. Thank you for not leaving. And I'm sorry, I don't think if I take questions now, the organizer will be very unhappy, or should I? Exactly. So no questions. You can ask them bilaterally, though. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
I'm good. I think they should offer you something, yeah. I took Coke because I need some caffeine. Can you hear us? Yes. I hope you are doing fine. Thank you for sticking with us for this final panel here. And we heard a lot of very interesting exchange. And now we would like to talk about solutions. If we get the mic right. So my name is Alexandra von Nahm. I'm DW's bureau chief in Brussels. DW, also known as Deutsche Welle. It's a pleasure to be here and to moderate our last panel. And we want, as I said, to talk about solutions, and the title of the panel is How to Build Resilient Societies in the Face of the Russian Hybrid Activities. And I'm very honored to introduce our panelists here, Veronica Dumitrașcu from the Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience in Romania.
Yes,
thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for being here.
Zoran Liborius, a seasoned diplomat with a deep knowledge of Russia, and now with the European External Action Service based in Brussels. It's a pleasure to have you here. And Ivo Jurve, Head of Security and Resilience Program Research Fellow with the International Center for Defense and Security in Estonia. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, Ivo has to leave us earlier, so that's why we, of course, want him to share his knowledge with us, especially because Estonia is considered a case in point when it comes to building up resilience against Russian cyber or, let's say, hybrid attacks. But it didn't come out of the blue, right? What was the trigger for you and others to deal with this issue?
Well, yeah, in the previous panels, the wake-up calls have been mentioned. And for Estonia, the wake-up call was 2007, when we faced something that could be considered a hybrid attack, because first of all, there were proxies and the intelligence services, Russian intelligence services running them. Then for 3 months, a massive propaganda campaign, which ended up with riots on the streets. And then also diplomacy, economy, and the cyber attacks from the Russian side joined in. And it was the first time when the world saw cyber attacks from one country against another country for a wide variety of targets like media, banking, and also public service. And yes, of course, and the demand from the Russian side was the change of government, which is, of course, not according to our constitution, because it's up to the people and the parliament to decide, not some foreign country. And fortunately, we had the backing of NATO and the European Union, so we didn't give in.
But what did you decide to do? How to counter the Russian influence and such attacks?
Mm-hmm. Well, I have a good handbook here that was just presented in the last panel, and I was going through the list of the advice that is given here on pages 8 to 10 and making a ticks. And in Estonia, we've done most of them. The first thing that has been suggested here is activating the counterintelligence services and publicizing their information, in which Estonia has already quite long, let's say, tradition. The first yearbook of internal security service was published in 1998, probably one of the first in the world. But also what is important is not only publicizing, but also prosecuting. And in this year, in August, Estonia has convicted the first agent of influence. He was saying, things that we have heard here earlier, that, Estonia is a pawn of NATO and the apartheid regime and so on. But it was possible to prove that he was receiving money and orders from the Russian intelligence services. So this is something that shouldn't be overlooked as well. Then establishing the strategic communication unit at the government level. And I would say that in Estonia, after 2007, it was the securitization of information that took place, that words like information warfare or information attack, they came to public knowledge. And also, yes, I was posted to government office in 2008. But very important is not that only you have the unit in the government office, but also that you have the interagency working group, that the decisions made there are going to all the ministries and the state authorities that are dealing with such issues, and also vice versa, that the information is coming back from there as well. Then some words on raising awareness. And of course, we have similar events like this one here. But special attention, I guess, deserve the journalists. And like Winston Churchill has pointed out that he's always willing to learn, but he doesn't like when somebody comes to teach them. I guess it's especially true about the journalists, that they definitely don't like when some public servant is coming to tell them what to write or what to cover and how it should be done. And in order to overcome it, there are different formats where they not only such beautiful premises, but somewhere out of town and then for longer periods. And not only journalists, but other decision makers come together and are briefed on the Chatham House rule. And not only by some people, but really very high people like the president, the prime minister, other ministers, and heads of the intelligence services.
So maybe can I just ask a question here? So how important is it for governments to be trusted and to declare this fight one of their top priorities?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that's trust in government, which not only in government as such, but also in other government institutions. It's very important, and it's fortunately high in Estonia. But it's not something that you could succeed only by the means of strategic communication or communication campaigns. It has to be proved on a daily basis that democracy is working and life is becoming better. And this is something that Estonia has succeeded to do during last 3 decades, more or less. So definitely the other important thing is the situational awareness, that you measure all the time what the society is thinking and how it's reacting. And in Estonia, the public opinion on defense or security issues has been measured on twice a year already since 1999. So for more than 20 years using the same methodology. So it's very easy to see what's going on and how the society is reacting.
And because we are here in beautiful Sofia, maybe you would, I know that you are not, you told me you are not the experts on Bulgaria now, but would you have any advice, something in terms of lessons learned in Estonia that you can share with us with regard to the situation here?
Well, one thing is, I guess, that don't look for very fast changes. Public perceptions or information warfare or hybrid war or whatever we call it, it can't be won overnight. And it's quite a long-lasting process, and then you can never say that it's done. It's like washing teeth, that you can't say it's done. It's something that has to be done on a daily basis. And probably you should start maybe more on already from schools. I guess it has been mentioned here, the importance of media literacy, which definitely is one of the key points, but also critical thinking as such. And I'm not sure how well we are doing in that with Estonia, especially looking at what happened during the COVID pandemic, that even quite educated people were speaking about nanorobots in vaccines and Bill Gates and Rothschild money behind it. So it's a long way to go everywhere.
And probably we need to be on alert all the time.
Yeah,
and aware.
Definitely. It's well, I guess that in most countries, most of the public, I'll say, establishments, they have some media monitoring. Plus, of course, there are secret services that monitor deeper and then try to predict things. So I guess it would be a good idea to integrate these efforts, because otherwise there is much more waste of resources, and also the yeah, the results might be lacking. And one thing that I have discovered personally when I was posted next to Estonian northeast border, I tried to consume Russian media. And well, usually when we speak about monitoring in the West, then we monitor the daily talk shows or only news media. But also that 95% other that we are speaking about, which is music and films, it's not so, or other entertainment, it's not so, let's say, they use them as well. It's well, for example, Hollywood movies that used to be present in Russian channels when I was a child, they are not there anymore. It's only domestic products, and they mainly, well, and they usually they promote the government, well, everything what has been said here about LGBT, about Muslims, about the values, about history. Of course, KGB and Soviet armed forces are always featured there, and then so on.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us, and we wish you a good, safe travels. And thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Round of applause there. Thank you. And Rumena Filipova is so kind to take a seat here with us. Once again, thank you. And to continue our discussion about resilience and how to build up resilience. But let's first maybe ask you, Veronica, Romania is another country that is on the front lines in this battle between democracies and Russia and other authoritarian regimes. And you work for the Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience. So what is the center? What is your work focusing on?
I want to speak more about this center, Euro Center of Resilience. Is based in Bucharest, in Romania, is subordinated to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it wants to internationalize, to co-opt and cooperate with EU and NATO partners. We want to develop more concepts, we want to develop more ideas, to organize and develop platforms of thinking with experts from all over the fields in the terms of resilience.
So it's not so much about what the government does, but it's more about NGOs, experts working together.
NGOs, experts, yeah, EU and NATO partners. We want to cooperate, we want to co-opt these partners from EU countries, NATO area. We are at the beginning, but we want to develop and to be more open.
And you work only on ideas for Romania, or also something that could be implemented in other European countries?
No. We can offer expertise to other countries and to other fields, to other domains. So we have some concepts and we want to develop them. We have a department of research and training. It is a strong department, and we want to develop it and to be more assertive and co-opting EU and NATO partners.
Would you have one example how it works? A practical example, maybe?
We participated projects regarding the development of the concept of resilience, and we are starting now to develop this concept, because it is a vague concept. It appeared in all of the domains, in all perspectives, and we want to conceptualize and operationalize this concept, this resilience. What is resilience?
What is it?
What is resilience? What is a resilient society? A resilient society in the perspective of NATO, in the perspective of EU, in the perspective of United Nations, and which are the elements of a resilient society. And when we are talking about resilient societies, we are talking about the vulnerabilities in the infrastructures, in vulnerabilities of populations, of institutions. We have to build strong democratic institutions And we have to establish the trust in institutions. We have to make a bridge between citizens and the government to strengthen and to build the resilience.
Very good point. And Saran, a question to you, because the European Union has discovered long ago that this is an important issue, and you have started different projects and cooperations, but would you say, is there one silver bullet to tackle the problem?
Well, I think one silver bullet would perhaps be a little bit too optimistic to think of. And I think what we have heard today, also just recently from Ivo, saying that it is a long haul, it is a multitude of factors that needs to be engaged in society, engaged with its NGOs. But I think that if I should point to one silver bullet where we could, from a perspective of the supranational structures, meaning what we cannot do on a national basis, what we can do on an EU, a NATO, multinational level, I would say that we can do three things. So if I can have three bullets, we can share information in a close to real-time fashion about how we see the situation and the risks as they are appearing. And I think we are coming somewhere with systems for that inside the EU, together with our NATO partners in G7. So informational awareness, so that the possibility to exploit one weak link in the chain, so to speak, is limited. So that's one where we can do more together. Secondly, I think that we can be better. It's a little bit like riding a bicycle. We can train. It sounds very banal, but the experience, the expertise that is gained from practicing should not be underestimated. Also,
but what should we be practicing?
We should practice situational reaction to events. I mean, we are, most of us here.
Every morning.
Every morning, yes. Also, some of the experience with exercise or economic context, highway, cyber, where this information is increasing. And remember that over the years, in the past couple of years, exercising response, collective response to disinformation has moved from a very peripheral part of collective exercises to moving more towards the center. And lastly, we talked in some of the other panels today about why was the EU requiring 9-10 months to do sanctions. We can do things at a legal basis, and we have done that. Toto from one of the other panels raised the question on sanctions, and it was in the media sector clear that here we are really making, I would say, breaking new ground. And why is this better done at, or the silver bullet, at a collective level than at a national level? Obviously, the opponent in this time here, in this case, Russia, operates on a multinational level. And just going with national legislation would simply not be the silver bullet that would limit the problem.
Would you have maybe an example for such an approach that was successful?
I think that I would start from the COVID-19 and then perhaps moving straight into where we are now. I think the example we learned in the COVID-19 response was that the fragility in certain countries, the receptiveness to conspiracy thinking, the hesitation to listen to public health authorities' instructions and recommendations was grossly and fast exploited. So I think the COVID-19 was an awakening, a wake-up call, and we are using that now to limit the damage that can be inflicted in some societies from having, say, Russian state outlets botanizing and creating, I could say, division and splits inside. One example where we have engaged some of the silver bullets mentioned before, the Nord Stream sabotage that happened some month ago in the Baltic Sea. If people can recall that the Nord Stream 1 and 2 suffered very large explosions that led to natural gas surfacing in the Baltic Sea. I think that is an example that illustrates the benefits from having, first of all, a rapid exchange of information. What is the situational picture in the countries that have most information around the Baltic Sea, around the pipelines, privileged access to more information, share that so that one story doesn't develop down, say, in Southern Europe in an information vacuum where that could be kind of repelled by more information available from the particular spot. Secondly, also the limiting the potential for, oh, this will cause lack of energy, gas resources in a certain part of Europe. Now here goes public panic and so on. So also reduce that element. So that's a good example I would mention.
So gather information, exchange, then go public, so people know they don't need to panic.
Yes, yes. And also I think speaking about silver bullet, sometimes I see younger generations, and I'm so privileged that some in my family, they have also got younger children. I've got older children, but when I look at the younger children, the attention that the schools are having to teach kids about media literacy, I think is to be commended and to be developed further. Not everything the youth is doing is bad. And developing curricula and exchanging them between the EU member states where some things can be used for inspiration is also possible.
Would you also say that that's what should happen and should be strengthened, more education for youth and kids?
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. And since I'm standing in for Ivo, I just wanted to share my own experiences. I was invited by his organization, by the ICDS, to Estonia in September. Together, it was co-organized by the German Federal Agency for Civic Education. And part of the reason for the conference was also to learn from the Estonian experience regarding its ability to counter hybrid threats. And I'll just give you my 3 main takeaways from the experience and how the Estonian know-how can be incorporated and how we can learn from it here in the Balkans. Because of course the Baltics and the Balkans have different historical experiences, but I think here we can learn a lot from their response. And first of all, as you said, the high degree of alertness of Estonians, the extent of resilience and awareness of the threat, that they have a very clear recognition of where the threat comes from. And my personal experience, just to share it, while I was there, Kaliningrad was preparing and actually implementing the task of switching itself off of the regional electricity grid. And we were warned that there might be power cutoffs, but it was all fine. We were all very prepared for it. And also I learned that citizens in Estonia can take part in naval drills. They can be part of military preparation. So I think that it just comes to show how deep society is ready and prepared to take on threats of various kinds.
Of course, we need to add here that the Estonian society has a different history with Russia
Yes.
and probably also a different attitude to dealing with Russia than, for instance, Bulgaria.
Absolutely. And then the second takeaway has to do with strategic communications, which was mentioned by Ivo, and I had the chance to meet with the representatives of the Estonian Strategic Communications Unit at the government level, and really coming out from our Balkan perspective. And one of the main recommendations in the publication is that actually we need to further develop strategic communications units on the government level in Balkan countries to monitor, to analyze threats, but also to raise awareness of those, and in particular, for example, knowledge and recognition of the Chinese threat that it's developing on so many levels in society is still very much missing, while when it comes to Russia, there are clearly wild divisions in how people perceive the threat. And finally, the third takeaway from the Estonian experience has to do with digital democracy as their leader on that front, and learning from that experience. And it was emphasized to us that digital democracy does not necessarily mean digital divide. But so if you actually take care of teaching people the necessary digital skills, they can effectively participate in all forms of digital democracy, which becomes even more accessible. And so that is, of course, tied into education in democracy, politics, and the media. So I think these are my three main takeaways from the Estonian and more widely the Baltic experience, which I think we can apply to Southeast Europe.
Digital?
Digital?
If I can just add on, thank you very much for bringing the digital aspect in. I think also we have become in the last, not only the last year, but in the perhaps last 2-3 years, as governments and as citizens more aware of the role the digital platforms that the tech companies are having. And while everything is not fine and beautiful, our conversation also at a government level with the tech companies, many of whom are of course so large that they would, hesitate to speak with individual governments. We have to realize that that we are able to talk with them in a more qualified way, illustrate to them, okay, these events here, and I mentioned the COVID, I mentioned the Nord Stream, there are other things related to, for example, the war in Ukraine, where tech companies have been a bit slow in responding to exploitations of their platforms. And I think we will unfortunately gain more experience with that. It's also one of the things that we can get better and tackling disinformation as it is spread. If I'm allowed a little advertising spot here at the EU level, we run an EU versus disinformation site, EU versus disinfo site, and it has gained about 15,000 cases of disinformation, and we use them to document also vis-a-vis tech companies. Okay, in these instances here, this was what happened, and this was the amplification that a certain tool, that a certain event of disinformation got. Can you please do something better about it? And in the Digital Services Act that was made into EU legislation this summer here, we move from voluntary to mandatory demands towards the tech companies. I think that's important as well.
Well, that's certainly a start, but of course, when you deal with the Russian propaganda, Russian hybrid attacks, and then this big tech in the US, that it's difficult to hold them accountable, that you are in front of a huge challenge. So you, Veronica, you work every day on that topic. Is it not sometimes overwhelming that you say, what is the solution? How can we help when we have so many different actors being active there?
Yeah, it's a little bit scary because of this disruption of the society, because somehow the society is divided, is disrupted. And we have to do something with this. We have to unite the society. And an important element of a resilient society is the unity. To have a unity, to collaborate and to have a collective actions. And we have to plead for this, for collective actions, for collective defense, for unity, for collaboration, international cooperation, and to have some figures, because why the Ukrainians are fighting and why the Ukrainians are still fighting? Because they had a leader, because they had trust, because they have a vision. So maybe we need some figures, some heroes, and the political leaders. We should, I guess, it is important that the population to have trust in political leaders, in political parties, in government, and we should measure that. Because at the base, I'm a researcher, I'm a scientific researcher, and I was working in the academia, and I was looking every time at the polls, at trust in government, trust in political parties, and I guess that this is the most important, the trust and the bridge between citizens and the political leaders, political parties. So yes, of course, education, it is an important element. Again, yeah, it's difficult to say how this war will end, but we have to have trust. This is the key element.
And you have also specialized on the transatlantic relations between the US and and Europe and the European Union. And normally we would say, let's look at Washington, let's see what they do. But I'm not sure that they are a good example how to deal with disinformation and Russian hybrid
trust. Yes, in transatlantic relationship and transatlantic cooperation, because NATO is the security umbrella, and we have to have trust in these structures, in this international structure, in EU, in NATO. These are basic. So yes, transatlantic cooperation is important nowadays. So we have to look forward and to share the cooperation and to share the ideas and the platforms of ideas and thoughts to develop more cooperation structure.
And Bulgaria, of course, as a NATO member, could say, well, it's clear where we're standing or whom we're standing with, but apparently it's not so clear when we look at opinion polls. So how can we change that, or how can you convince the people to not to listen to disinformation or not to pay attention to fake news propaganda?
I think it's a gigantic task to begin with, exactly because I think the pro-Russian sentiments are so widespread in the country, and disinformation is also rife. So I can say that I totally agree that there should be a cooperative and coordinated strategy on all levels involving different stakeholders, including government, civil society, and also international ones, the EU, in terms of combating disinformation, so that each of those stakeholders keeps to their respective sphere of action, while at the same time they cooperate. So first, as I mentioned, I think strategic communications is important. I think we have to start to develop that dimension, so that the political level has a greater role and takes the leadership in that. Of course, civil society in general in Bulgaria has been at the forefront of combating disinformation, both in terms of conducting research, but also devising various strategies, proactive ones, including devising media literacy classes and textbooks. There has also been journalistic advocacy on the back of protests in the country, some of which also called for media freedom. them. Of course, importantly, initiatives, very good initiatives and policy proposals and documents that are developed on the EU level have to be consistently taken up here. And also the Bulgarian side should contribute more actively because, for instance, when it comes to the Digital Services Act or the Digital Markets Act, and when they were in the planning phase, there was not that much input, unfortunately, from the Bulgarian side, and there wasn't even the debate about those touchstone policy documents in the EU. And also when it comes to the EU action plan against disinformation, and since units were established in each member state, I think the record of our unit was not particularly encouraging in terms of cooperating with Brussels or sending warnings about disinformation. But I would say that therefore all those actors should come together to combat disinformation here.
But isn't it difficult when you have, for instance, every couple of months new elections and protests on the streets and not a government that it's able to build a stable coalition and stick for a while?
Absolutely, but it actually also comes to show that there should be a much more stable and professional bureaucratic system that is not so significantly affected by all of the political upheavals in the country. But it is hard for sure.
And of course, hybrid attacks are a serious issue. That's why the European Union is also working together with NATO. Can you tell us more about it? How?
Hybrid has definitely moved more into center of attention in recent years. Also at the EU level, hybrid fusion cells have been created to be able to better exchange information and to work with member states that are having particular privileged information, make that available. Also, in going back to the exercises, again, train our collective capabilities in that. The NATO-EU collaboration and the wider one also with the G7 partners. I would also mention US, Canada, Australia, Korea, Japan, also very important players, so that we can one, exchange information and learn from each other to plug the holes as they will appear in the hybrid domain. It is a relative new kind of field with a new kinds of, and I think we learn by the day the developments of the threat. But as we learn, we are able to bring our collective resources to bear. It is now, you made reference to imagine a situation where you take the country off the power grid. That is, of course, something that you need to plan for, be prepared for. You can try and exercise it in a simulated environment. But there's no way out, that we have to face the reality and engage in responses that we some years ago would say are never to happen. That is the name of the game.
And hybrid attacks could even trigger Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, in theory at least. How concerned are you that that could really happen sometime soon or in the future?
Now I will, as working in the EU institutions, I will refrain from speculating on the NATO Article 5. I have followed the debate about what constitutes serious threats. I think that threat perception has developed significantly, not only after the 24th of February, and I'm looking at our Ukrainian colleague here, but I think that the last couple of, say, 48 months or so, the fragility of critical infrastructure in certain states has been realized. also because they have been, now Ivo made reference to since 2007, and others today have mentioned the attacks, the hybrid attacks. So definitely it has moved from, again, periphery to center stage in every government response plan, I think. And that is, of course, the first one. Secondly, I think also the ability to collectively help each other. I understand that a power outage is a local thing, and you cannot say, okay, we send you power, but you can, to a certain extent, as we also see in Ukraine today, help with equipment that can, over time, alleviate it. And of course, also the notion that the population is prepared for it. And here I think that there is, again, work to be done. We can look at some of the societies that are more prepared for that, but going to tackle one of the main elements, namely fear, that people move out of, so to speak, their comfort zone and say, okay, we may have a power out, but does that mean that the society collapses? No. And we can actually, panic is best contained when fear is reduced. And that, of course, also takes good strategic communication and the assurances that you have friends in your neighborhood that you can work together with.
A good example would be Moldova, your neighbor, and they do have blackouts on a daily basis. And of course, people could panic there. And they are scared. I can imagine. I've just been to Chisinau. So how are you trying to work with them together to strengthen the society there, maybe?
Yeah, Romania supports Moldova and in every domain, in every detail. And yeah, I guess that Moldova is in a difficult situation right now, and because of Transnistria and because of that part. But we'll see how the things will evolve in that region, because it's difficult to say and to have a prediction. There are many factors over there, ideological factors, political factors, problems with the gas. And so that is difficult, because difficult zone, very difficult region.
We could open up for your questions. If you're up for a question, I think it's, we tried to present some solutions, at least more in theory, but also some practical ones, also examples how that could work in practice. So you're welcome to ask your questions. I know it's late afternoon, but we just had a coffee, so mobilize your energy as long as we have those excellent experts here on the panel. Please go ahead. Thank you. I think it's gonna be on in a minute. In a second. It's one. Mm-hmm. Rumena Filipova.
Filipova, yes, Mrs. Filipova, you were referring something about the discussion on the Digital Services Act concerning the disinformation. So I was wondering whether you could elaborate a bit more. Myself, I'm from the Bulgarian media regulator, so I'm part of the administration of Republic of Bulgaria. So I was very actively involved with the Digital Services Act and any European legislation that has been on the table for the past 5 years or so. So I wasn't just wondering what is exactly the point that you wanted to make regarding the DSA. Thank you.
Weren't significant public discussions about the Digital Services Act, and neither was there much government activity regarding this. And so, for example, we saw that there was a bit of impetus in the first 7 months of this year for more to be done on that front, including on the ministerial level, and some new proposals were being made. And one of the ideas or impetus behind it was that perhaps Bulgaria's input could have been greater, and the discussions could have been greater, because when it comes to the media space, for example, and because we examined the degree to which there were debates and discussions about how the Digital Services Act would be helpful for us, or what we could do, there wasn't much on that in the media, or society was not significantly made aware of that. And of course, one of the major points in the DCA is that, and in general, why we need the EU so much on that point is because these social media giants are so huge that sometimes individual member states cannot take on Facebook, for example, and deal with it. And that's why we need to join forces on that. And the Digital Services Act, importantly, defines the limits and what kinds of speech should be moderated and regulated. And I think that still a lot needs to be done on that front, including as regards Bulgarian media legislation and drawing the boundaries of what is permissible and what is punishable types of speech. I think that we should definitely have a debate on that.
I think that Saran probably in his capacity would like to.
Yeah, and a couple of remarks. If I could start from, I full well realize that activating a public debate about the Digital Services Act is maybe not the most sexy thing you can engage in. So I'm not critical on countries where the debate has been more or less active. But I think that, and I'm very happy that you raised your question. I think it's very important that from now, where the legislation has been put in place, and during the first iteration, I mean, we will have to look at, say, 12, 24 months before we have gained experience to see, okay, how does it really work? And when it's translated into national legislation, how does the environment take it into operation? And there will be, of course, differences from country to country. And I'm sure that we will also learn from each other some best practices on particular fields, be it market regulations, be it platform operators, private enterprises, be it where there has been cases in court or legal aspects. So I think in that regard, it will be no different from a lot of other EU regulation that gets grinded into national practice and where we can learn from each other. And I think our strength lies in our cooperation. And if we can just do as we usually do, because it's not because I work for an EU institution that I preach the Bible here and say it is a very successful integration cooperation, and it's a proven one. It works. If the laws are upheld, it does provide better environment for everybody. And we will certainly, from a Brussels perspective, be very anxious and interested to learn also the Bulgarian experience here. The tech companies will also have to learn, because I think in all honesty, until now, it has been more or less a free for all, you go as you please. And those with the biggest truck has the right of the way. And we have been living in, if I could make the analogy, we've been living in a city where there's been no traffic rules. The one with the biggest truck got the right of the way. Now, as day one has dawned, we say, okay, there are actually traffic rules. Keep to the right, brake for red. This is where we are. Now we need to understand, to learn how these traffic rules shall work. And so will the tech companies. I hope and expect that also because we have a better dialogue with them, I think. Calling it perfect would be too much. And there are some companies that are more receptive than others. I think the word Facebook was mentioned before. And I think they all have to learn to be better at working with societies and working with public institutions. Will this mean less clicks, less money, less advertising for them? In certain cases, yes. And again, in all honesty, is this going to limit their business model? Fewer clicks, fewer ads, less money? Yes, it is. But let's be honest, it's also been a very profitable sector. So they can probably endure that. I'm not here preaching, saying that social media platforms are only doing bad. Far from. They are empowering people in corners of the world which were not having a voice before. Very important. But as all novelties, we need to understand how to work with them in a responsible fashion. And people need not repeat 6th of January to be reminded of that.
Do you have any other questions? I think somebody mentioned in one of the breaks that there are some problems with Facebook here. A company that is in charge of comments on Facebook is a Russian company. I don't know whether the person is still here, but if it's not, then maybe other questions on that issue or others. Sure, go ahead. I mean, we still have a bit time.
Apologies. I wouldn't like to be the only one speaking in the room, but just one more comment, if you allow me, Minister. I would encourage you strongly, I'm sure you are aware of ERGA, the European Group for Media Regulators. This is the major conversation where SAM and many other regulators in Europe have been following the conversation on DSA and any other European legislation. We've been very active and we have strong positions on this. I would also encourage you, Miss, I guess, to follow the conversation. Thank you.
Now that there are a good deal of journalists and public officials and scholars here, I think this is the type of discussions, and I really welcome also this invitation. Thank you very much for having invited us here, because I think that the qualified, informed dialogue and discussion that we will have also in the future in being better partners from a public perspective, better partners to the private media operators, news media. Of course, they shall remain with their operation. We're not challenging that, and exercising each other's role in a professional fashion is what has made our societies thrive in the past, and the model has worked before. Responsible publishing houses have done so much good for our societies, and I believe that they can still perform that function. It is just about rooting out the bad influence and preserving what is good. If I can also add a comment to it was mentioned earlier in some of the panels, the EU sanctions that the EU member states have agreed on Russian certain state media outlets. I think it is important to understand and keep in mind that these are very targeted, specific measures, specific for a duration of time when the war is ongoing, and very targeted on specific media. It's not a blanket ban on all Russian media because they are Russian. That would be a mistake. And it is for a specific documentable misbehavior in a media landscape. And I think that good journalists here in the hall would not want to be in the same company as propagandists. And I do believe that a lot of state propagandists are trying to encroach on. I mean, you're an editor or bureau chief with Deutsche Welle, and I think that Deutsche Welle should certainly not be compared with outlets that have been sanctioned, because they erode the credibility that should be intact towards good quality media, which is extremely important in the European Union, not only.
Thank you very much.
Maybe just a quick comment jumping on that. I think it's also very important to actually have some quality, more independent Russian media from which we can learn about what is actually going on in Russian society. Also in the report, it is outlined how, despite the very severe crackdown on the last few independent media within Russia itself and the strict censorship that has taken place, one of the, I would say, upsides to this story is that some of those independent media actually learn how to operate in different ways, and some of them migrated onto social media because the Russian state was not completely able to crack down on everything, to crack down on YouTube or even on Facebook, because Russians found roundabout ways, for instance, through VPNs, and also so many Russians are on YouTube, and therefore the backlash of closing down that channel would be huge. So some of those outlets moved onto social media. One of the example of that is with Dost. They opened media accounts, but I guess a question of discussion. A question of discussion would be how they managed to maintain their reputation, and how Latvia revoked Dost's license due to the most recent incident. So again, the question of Russian reporting should be carefully observed.
I think it's not likely that it's possible right now to report independently from Russia, from exile, probably in Riga. I don't know whether our Ukrainian colleague had a comment, or was it just on Dost? Yeah, so sure, if we still have a minute, we have 3, 2. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, it's honest. Thanks a lot for your input. My question, I think, will open the floor to the future discussion. I found it very fascinating that you talk about how we're now starting to regulate the traffic on disinformation on social media after, what, 15 years, and we're now introducing red lights and go left and right. Well, at the same time, the next generation of internet is already out there, completely unregulated. I'm talking about the metaverse. I'm writing a paper on disinformation in the metaverse as we speak at the moment, and we're completely missing that train again. We're starting to look at Facebook right now. Well, there's an entire new generation of internet and a whole new world being built out there, which is even harder to regulate. And we're missing the train at the moment. So we're speaking about still what can we do about Facebook? Well, Facebook is the past, the metaverse is the future, and we're not thinking ahead. So maybe as part of the question to all of you, if you have some ideas or knowledge about what to do. I mean, disinformation and hybrid warfare is obviously not going away. We have to live with that. So how can we live with that, even with the technological revolutions that are in front of us, not the ones that are behind us? Thanks very much.
Veronica, anything on that?
No, I don't have any comment.
I guess you have an answer.
Well, I don't know if I have an answer on how we shall live with that in the future. I find your question very, very intriguing and interesting. And if you allow me a bit of a historic perspective, and I'm a historian by education, so excuse me on that, I fully realize that each time in human history that the way in which people communicate has fundamentally changed. It has led to political changes. I mean, the invention of the telegraph, or before that, the print, Gutenberg's print, the wireless, the radio, so then fast forward to internet. And it has had and will continue probably to have also deep political implications about how power is distributed in societies. At the same time, I also recognize that we, thank God, live in societies where development is not state directed. And I would really hate, I know that it's not entailed in your question, but I would hate a society model where such development of ideas like the metaverse or so are either prohibited or they are adopted and controlled by a very powerful state. I would still prefer that we have, as I call the informed discussion, and also with, of course, civil society, strong civil society voices about how we should learn to live with that.
But the question was, I think, are we not always too late?
We are by definition always behind invention. Otherwise, it would not be invention. And I think it is not too bad for our society regulators, and I speak now as a public servant, helping preparing legal acts that can later be regulation. I would much prefer that it stays that way than the other way around, because I don't want a society where every invention is state order, state control. I think that some of us have lived in societies where that has been tried with very little success before. So we are behind. The trick is how fast we can catch up and, so to speak, not be exploited by it. And if I could be a little bit positive on this, saying, in our span of our generation, we will have lived through a number of conflicts, and our Ukrainian friends are living through one of the terrible ones in the days here. So we will have conflict fresh in mind. I do believe that that will inspire our agility, if I can use that expression, our agility to try to limit the negative fallout. That is a lot of fluffy words for saying, I don't think that we will be exploited that fast to that degree that we have probably in the past. Will metaverse come and change a lot of things? Probably yes. But we have better structures to try and approach it. Will we be surprised? Oh yes, we will.
On this positive note, thank you very much for this intriguing discussion, and we are now ready for closing remarks. Or for applause. Thank you so much. We're ready for closing remarks by Professor Minchev. Thank you.
We are pretty close to the final stage of our discussion, which we called the closing remarks. And we invited Professor Ognian Minchev, who is the chairman of the managing board of the Institute of Regional and International Studies, but also he is professor of political sciences at Sofia University, well-known researcher and analyst in Bulgaria. So I'm very happy that Mr. Minchev accepted our invitation to come and deliver some concluding remarks on this pretty, also rich discussion we had today on different topics related to the Russian war against Ukraine, but mainly on Russian hybrid wars against our societies. So, Professor Minchev,
The floor is yours. Заповядайте.
I'll start with the point that Russian propaganda has a long tradition of strategic planning towards democratic societies. I remember one of the last campaigns of Soviet propaganda in Europe in the 80s against the medium-range missiles which had to be installed on European soil in order to balance Soviet missiles in the 80s. And I remember the young people on the left who were protesting against those missiles under the slogan "Better red than dead." Those young people did not know that being red does not contradict to being dead and vice versa. But nevertheless, it was one of the last examples how the Kremlin was using the real, the natural, the developing division lines in democratic societies in order to promote its own agenda, its own interest. Of course, the 1990s were a period of collapse, and the tradition of Russian propaganda against democratic societies resumed somewhere in the first decade of our century, after a series of color revolutions in not only in Eastern Europe but also in former Soviet republics. 2003, the Rose Revolution in Georgia, the Orange Revolution in Ukraine in 2004, and so on and so forth. And then the Russian power holders were considering the opportunity to fight back, to try to instigate particular problems of that kind for the democratic societies, which, according to the Russian power perceptions, were instigating that kind of problems for Russia in the post-Soviet space. We have to remember that for this type of political mentality which reigns in the Kremlin, politics is not about representation. Politics is about technology. So velvet revolutions or colored revolutions were not a kind of a expression of popular will in the countries where they took place, but they were, of course, particular strategic intrigues made by the CIA or other Western institutions trying to subvert the regimes and the developments in the post-Soviet space. This is how the hybrid propaganda strategies on behalf of Russia, on behalf of the Kremlin, resumed in the first decade of the 21st century, and were applied towards all European societies, not only European, but mostly European societies. And the basic targets, the key targets, were the Central and Eastern European countries, because those countries still suffer particular divisions caused by painful transition process after the 1990. A very important aspect of this hybrid propaganda is it's holistic. It's not piece by piece. It's not sector by sector. This propaganda is based on a holistic approach. Russia offers not simply an answer to particular positions shared by institutions or social groups in democratic societies to the West, but Russia is offering an entire vision of the world. Russia is offering a picture of the world, Weltschauung, which has to give an alternative, vision alternative picture of the world and the future of the world.
There we come with the Russian strategy to explain the conflict between civilizations, geopolitical divide between Eurasia and the West, the modernity and the special Russian way, and so on and so forth. And from this general point of view, specific branches of propagandist efforts are coming and developing further. Those are important aspects in order to understand how the Russian propaganda works towards societies which are changing and somehow painfully changing under the dynamic process of transformation that the global world actually causes, the globalization in the world causes, and which produce political polarization of different democratic societies of the Western world. This is the general picture. I have to make only few emphasis on the Russian propaganda as a general approach, and because we are in Sofia in Bulgaria, and this is a specific case of application of Russian hybrid war and propaganda war, I would like to make two important points which are kind of a key to understanding the specific Bulgarian position, the specific Bulgarian vulnerability to a Russian hybrid war in the last decade in particular. The first thing is that the Bulgarian civil society community actually failed to continue successfully its own distribution and sharing with society of democratic values, values of democratic integration, European integration, and all those basic ideas and visions which were dominating the Bulgarian scene during the decade in which we were preparing to join the NATO and the EU. It was actually quite an intense effort on behalf of Bulgarian civil society, especially after 1997 and going up to 2007 when Bulgaria was accepted in the EU. We were quite successful in explaining to the Bulgarian public why is it important, why is it necessary for Bulgaria to join those international institutions, why it is important for Bulgarian national interest, for Bulgarian future, and so on and so forth. After having become part of these two organizations, the NATO and the EU, our campaign actually slowed down and stopped. We've let alternative visions, alternative values, alternative propagandist models to get into the vacuum our own work on the public field has left. This is how the basic agenda of Russian propaganda has rushed in and occupied the center ground of this deserted land of Bulgarian democratic and civic discourse that we practically abandoned more or less after 2007. This is once more a kind of a warning that democracy is not a kind of a chair you can sit in. Democracy is an opportunity that you have to defend every day. And we have actually perceived with the membership in the European Union and the NATO, we have perceived Bulgarian democratic transition as irreversible. Nothing is irreversible. We have been subjected to merciless campaign of changing, of shifting, of diverting Bulgarian public opinion towards values and power positions which are against Bulgarian belonging to Europe and to the Atlantic world. And my last point, second point on Bulgaria, which is important to know about the country and the status of hybrid war in Bulgaria. In the case of Bulgaria, hybrid war coming from Russia is more or less successful because it corresponds to the hybrid nature of Bulgarian social system that has developed after 1990. On the surface, we have performed all necessary steps for democratization, developing of democratic institutions, representative democracy, pluralistic standpoints, and so on and so forth, all basic legislative frameworks of all or most of market economy, and so on and so forth. Yet under the surface, as a basic stream of development, Bulgarian society, Bulgarian economy continued to be dominated to a large extent by old connections, by old relationships, and by old stereotypes of dependence of Bulgarian, important Bulgarian social groups upon their old relationships with Russia, with the Soviet Union, with the economy, and so on and so forth. So the oligarchic link, the oligarchic infrastructure which developed in our country was more or less bound to the development of the oligarchic economy and oligarchic social infrastructure in post-Soviet Russia. And this is a big underground trend which to a large extent dominates Bulgarian society and makes the surface framework of democratic development, if not obsolete, then fragile and vulnerable. So this is how there's no big need of direct involvement of Russian institutions into the hybrid propaganda in Bulgaria. Bulgarian oligarchy, which is bound to the Russian interests and to the Russian corporate presence, are more or less involved in producing that service for the Russian hybrid war and propagandist warfare that we are suffering from. That's, I think, the end of my concluding remarks, which I hope are not concluding because you could reflect upon them. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Minchev. I would like to see if there are some questions from the audience. By the way, if you allow me, I would like to ask you something which troubles me very much. One of the latest public opinion polls showed that about 50% of Bulgarians would agree Bulgaria to join a union led by Russia and Belarus in the future. And I'm asking myself as a Bulgarian, okay, all these people, they most probably haven't been in Russia. They don't know Russian society. They don't know Russian economy. They don't know what is the role of the position of people in the Russian society. They know nothing about this. They probably don't want to go and to work there. Young children and the young Bulgarians, they most probably don't want to study in Russia, but where this, I don't know how that sentiments or I don't know whatever comes from. And by the way, I was in Moscow several years ago, and what struck me, it was not that there were no Russian-made cars in Moscow. There are, of course, the rich restaurants and shops and etc. But what strikes me, the shops where ordinary people buy products are more or less the same like in 80s or beginning of 90s. But people like the idea of, being with Russia. What is this? Russia wants to be a role model?
We have probably to distinguish between two types of people from that perspective. On the one hand, those are the representatives of the younger generations that you rightfully say they have no idea about Russia. From some from a certain perspective, it is a prerequisite not to know Russia in order to be pro-Russian. Once you know Russia better, then the chances for you to be pro-Russian in political terms are being reduced. On the other hand, there are communities and representatives of the older generations that know quite well what have been the realities under the Soviet Union and the communist rule, and they are trapped in a particular nostalgic moods for a number of reasons. Some of them very natural. It was not about the Soviet Union. It was about that we were young at that time, and we were strong, and it was okay. And now we are not. Then some of those people are considering themselves to be losers from the process of transition. The present state of affairs, the present society is a kind of a hostile reality to them, because they live in a society that deprives them from what they had in previous times, or they thought, or they think they've had in previous times. Generally speaking, Bulgarian case also is specific from the perspective that in this country there has always been a large community of people thinking that Russia is the closest ally to Bulgaria, not only in political but also in cultural and historical terms. But nevertheless, I think that sociological polling results are quite explicit in that case. Probably a large community of Bulgarians are generally pro-Russian, not specifically pro-Putin, but generally pro-Russian, but at the same time, they are pro-European. So one thing and the other thing, which might be not very consistent from our perspective, in their minds are kind of coexisting. And more than that, after February 24, when the aggression against Ukraine started, the pollsters are saying that the supporters of Russia, political supporters of Russia, their number is being significantly reduced.
And the trust in Putin.
Yes.
Particularly
the Putin and the regime of Putin. So the topic is quite controversial and quite interesting. Yet I think it's over exaggeration to say that Bulgarian public opinion is predominantly pro-Russian. It's not true. Bulgarian public opinion is predominantly pro-European, probably not pro-Atlantic so much, but pro-European. At the same time, there are certain sympathies related to some of the facts I have tried to mention, which are actually making certain groups of Bulgarian society being more positively minded towards Russia and towards different aspects of Russian presence and vision in Bulgarian society.
Okay, thank you very much. Shall we close this session on this positive note that Bulgarians are predominantly pro-European? But of course, it doesn't exclude the need to work more to have debates, to discuss all these issues, and of course, to counter pro-Russian, anti-European propaganda. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Minchev. It was a pleasure having you. I would like also to thank everyone who participated in this very rich day full of a lot of presentations, very thoughtful presentations. Thank you very much, our speakers, especially those who come from distant countries. I remember it took us 1.5 hours to come from Kiev to Sofia, but Mikola spent almost 2 days traveling to Sofia. I would like also to thank our interpreters and the technical team. And I very much hope to see you again on our next event. Thank you very much. And now I invite you to the final point of our program, which is a cocktail.